Stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, man, I'm feeling myself. I had to elevate. Shout out to everybody in the building this morning. My boxing community, man. Second to none. Second to absolutely none. This community is building something special here. The boxing talk is at another level here in the community. And I got to thank you guys every single time I start one of these shows up. I got to thank you guys. I can't play games with it, guys. I got to thank you guys, because without you guys, you know, what kind of community would we have? Good morning, ATP. Hands up. Everybody give our guy, Brian Norman Jr. Brian Norman Jr. shows and proves. I think we expected him to do that, but we wanted him to do that more importantly. We didn't want him lollygagging and playing around with the opportunity that was in front of him. We got to talk about what the opportunity was that Brian Norman had in front of him and what he actually accomplished tonight in this fight, because I know a lot of people would want to discredit the value of the fight, because who is Jin Sasaki, right? How much of a threat was Jin Sasaki in the first place? On paper, we all kind of saw what this fight should be, what it was going to be. And what exactly is the victory outside of the knockout of the year that Brian Norman delivered for the boxing space? What else did Brian Norman accomplish by going overseas, putting his title on the line, fighting in the backyard of a challenger? I mean, if you guys watched the fight, you even saw that Jin Sasaki was actually announced last in this fight, almost like he was the showcase fighter in this fight, right? Which he was, right? He was the showcase fighter. He was the hometown hero. He was the golden boy of Japan as far as the welterweight division was concerned. We know that the Japanese are really known for the 118, 122, 108, 112. These are the weight classes that these guys compete in, and have been dominating for the past couple of years with your Monster Inoues and your Juno Nakatanis and fighters of that nature. But this was an opportunity for the Japanese space to have a welterweight champion, a top contender that they had, somebody who they really had faith in the ability, if anybody could do it in that welterweight division. They were expecting and hoping that Jin Sakatani, given the opportunity, would be able to capitalize on it. So, Brian Norman Jr., we'll talk about Jaron in a second. Brian Norman Jr. took advantage of an opportunity to go over there, what some people might consider easy money, but there was something else. There was something else there for Brian Norman Jr. to attain, and I think he did a great job on that, right? And in turn, by doing that, putting the whole 147-pound division on notice and putting some eyes on that division, putting eyes on Brian Norman Jr. and saying, listen, we have potentially a top dog in that division. Must-see boxing, a style that translates over to the casual space as must-see boxing. We got to talk about all of that, right? And of course, we've got Devin Haney and Bill Haney. Bill Haney's been talking it up for a minute now, having conversations with Brian Norman Jr. as far as wanting to set this fight up. Well, now, the Haneys are a little bit in the hot seat, right? And not to say they're in the hot seat as far as they had any plans on not doing this, right? I still believe that Bill Haney's very serious. I think Devin Haney's a confident fighter and believes he can beat Brian Norman Jr. But I'll tell you what, man, after a knockout of the year, if Devin Haney was in the building, he didn't walk into that ring, right? If he was, as rumors was that Devin Haney may or may have not been in Japan, he didn't show his face at this event. When you see a knockout like that, you don't necessarily go and serve yourself up like that. But needless to say, you wrote the check. It might be time to cash it. Brian Norman Jr. coming back to the States, a whole different fighter now, whole different market value. Excuse me, I'm spitting. Yesterday's price is not today's price. Let's be honest. Yesterday's price is not today's price for Brian Norman Jr. Rumor has it Brian Norman Jr. getting somewhere in the realm of $3 million to make this fight happen, and delivering the way he did. Pictures with Bob Arum, pictures with Monster Inoue, the Japanese crowd embracing the representation of the welterweight division for America, and seeing that in Brian Norman Jr. as they watch their favorite fighter get pulled out of the ring in a stretcher, knocked out cold, caught with a nasty check left hook as Jin Sasaki was trying to make his way out of the danger he was in, standing in front of a puncher like Brian Norman Jr. Not the smartest game plan, but regardless of the fact, delivered the effect and the energy that Brian Norman Jr. went there to attain, right? Got that energy, got that attention, and started to shine more light. Now we're back on talking about Jaron Boots Ennis. And should he stay behind for this one last fight? Is the timing there? Can Jaron squeeze out one more title defense unification fight against a phenom now as Brian Norman Jr., as the space becomes more and more drowned in the idea of that fight, wanting that fight, giving me that feeling of when Jaron Boots Ennis and Terrence Crawford was a top conversation about the biggest fights that could be made in the welterweight division. But Terrence Crawford having to go ahead and make that decision to say, I've done what I had to do here. Undisputed, fought the best so-called fighter in the Errol Spence Jr. here. I want my biggest paydays. My biggest paydays are in front of me, not behind me with Jaron Boots Ennis. Ennis can have his time. Let him have the 147-pound division. Let him reign as king of the 147-pound division. I'm on to bigger and better things, bigger fish to fry. Canelo, I'm on your top. 154, I'm coming up there to get me a belt. Sorry, Jaron, wrong time for you. Just missed the train. But I'm going to watch you do great things at 147 pounds. Now Jaron Ennis in the same seat as the fighter that wouldn't give him the opportunity, and Terrence Crawford. And does he hang back, give the young phenom, 23-year-old, youngest active champion in boxing today, an opportunity to show the world what he can do against the best of the best in a Jaron Boots Ennis? Or does he let him have the division and move forward to 154 pounds to go ahead and chase his own legacy at that division? And maybe, if the gods will have it, inshallah, we'll see each other at 154 and get to show the world a fight that they never had an opportunity to see. Decisions, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. Oh, that was my intro, by the way. We haven't begun to cook yet. I was just kind of putting some perspective and context to the things that we're watching. Also, we're going to talk about Richard Hitchinson and Antoine Russell a little bit more today. We talked about him yesterday. We got to talk about the future of the 147-pound division as well. Now that we have a big dog and a willing big dog and a Atlanta-bred Brian Norman Jr. at the table, sitting at the top of the table, taking on all oncomers. Saying no to no smoke as long as the money makes sense now, of course. Listen, a $3 million payday in Japan. I'm not expecting everybody to give him $3 million every time he gets in the ring, but I think he's not taking less than a 1.5, 2 million, who knows, somewhere in that range in order for him to fight. Let's talk about the attention that Brian Norman Jr. is going to get now. A top-ranked fighter, now top-ranked on the back end of a deal getting ready to close out with ESPN. Where's Top Rank going now? Where's Turki Al-Sheikh in here? Turki Al-Sheikh seeming to grab a couple of fighters from Top Rank to make him Ring Magazine ambassadors. Abdullah Mason, right? Keyshawn Davis, Bruce Shushu Carrington. Maybe Brian Norman might fit the bill as well, being a must-see fighter. Turki might make a nice new acquisition. Am I calling it out there? Maybe I'm calling it out there. I'm manifesting it and I'm saying it right. Brian Norman Jr. with a financer behind him can now raise the reward, make it make sense to the risk. And we might see Brian Norman Jr. actually be able to do something that Boots wasn't able to do. And maybe we might be on the road to seeing the makings of a new undisputed champion on the way if we can get these unifications together, right? Yeah, we got to talk about it, man. We got to talk about Devin Haney. We got to talk about Ryan Garcia. We got to talk about Rolly Romero, right? We got to talk about Rohan Polanco. We got to talk about Tiger Johnson, right? We got to talk about these up-and-coming welterweights in the division, because although Brian Norman Jr. has that old spirit and that stoicism about him that gives you that I'm 30-plus years old and don't got time to play with kids' energy, what is the reality of Brian Norman Jr.? The reality is that that's a young bull, 23, 24 years old, WBO champion, putting in work the way he's putting in work. Oh, yeah, there's time for a lot of things. There's time for a lot of things to come together in the welterweight division right now. And the performance on this world stage level that Brian Norman Jr. just put out there may have given 147 pounds that we need to see. Let's go ahead and salute to the people who are in the building, man. I appreciate everybody who's in here right now. Coach Eddie, ATL, Clay, Mo, 283 in the building says, Clay, we back again, brother. Oh, yeah. Oh, if you guys missed the live this morning, your loss. We was lit this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Card delivered, by the way. Shout out to the card. Shout out to my brother Blue Blood. I think I seen him in the chat here. Shout him out real early, but staying like, the crowd, the Japanese boxing fan base is a very unique fan base, right? In comparison to other boxing spaces, as far as the UK and things of that nature in America, where the crowds go crazy and everybody's pushing back pints and beer and taking shots and doing all those different things, the Japanese crowd is a more stoic crowd, right? Taking their time, watching the actual fight, really taking that time to appreciate the actual sweet signs that they're seeing in front of them. You might think that they're not interested. You might think that the crowd is not really present or interested in the boxing space, but they celebrate and they watch the fight in a different way. So there were points in the fights tonight where you could hear a pin drop in the building, but trust you me when I tell you, those guys were into that fight. They were loving what they saw. The fights delivered. We saw a new flyweight IBF champion crowned in a great boxing match. Hit, don't get hit, but not completely invading engagement. Not evading engagement, right? And yeah, I hit the horns because on the back end of a crazy past 2 weeks, as far as this no running rule has been concerned, it was refreshing to see boxers. And we saw Richard Hitchinson do the same thing. We saw on this card, boxers box well. We saw a featherweight fight happen. Great boxing, great movement, great hit, not get hit. Great control of distance, but at the same time, still delivering in the entertainment value of the fight. We saw welterweights try to hit each other with everything. I saw this guy, Tanaka, try to hit this guy with a legitimate fridge. If you didn't see it, you need to see it. The man literally went to get a fridge outside. No, I'm just playing. But he hit him with everything he had in the tool bag and couldn't get this guy out of there. Ultimately, the ref had to go in there and stop it because what a chin, what grit, right? What grit, what a warrior. In this other fighter, I think, what was his name again? Something Tabata, Takuru Kobata. That's what the welterweight division is doing in Japan. They're not doing no defense. They're just swinging on each other. And we saw something that I also want to talk about as far as the actual energy and the willing to get hit and the grit of these fighters. What's in the teriyaki bowls in Japan? Is it true? Are the rumors circulating true that there was no testing in Japan for none of these fights? And if not, what are we looking at? Right? So it put a lot of perspective on a lot of different things. We're going to talk about it, man. We're going to talk about it. Shout out to Coach Eddie says, salute to the Normans. ATL, stand up. ATL, stand up. I agree with you, man. Co-signing that for sure. Chris Brooks says, great work calling the fights. Norman gave us one flatline KO of the year. I agree with you, Chris Brooks. Quite possibly, I can't think of another fight that delivered a knockout like that. That man was sleep, not just sleep. They literally didn't even waste any time. Threw the stretcher right over the top rope, slid it right into the ring, and was like, get that boy on there. Secure his neck. Don't let him move his head. We need to get medical attention to him right now. We hope he can walk. I did not see Jin Sasaki stand back up after he got knocked out. And that's the honest truth. That's the honest truth. I didn't see him stand back up. I don't know if you guys saw him. I ain't see him walk out the ring. I ain't see him give a thumbs up to the crowd. I didn't see none of that. So, yeah, knockout of the year, that might even be an understatement. That might even be an understatement. Salute to Virgil Wimberly in the building. Salute, King. Glad to see you in the building. JR Spot, greetings to you, my good brother. I don't know if you caught the fight or caught the fight party this morning, but we was lit. My guy HLD in the building. Yeah, I'm sipping on that black. No sugar. No sugar. HLD on his BS early this morning. Stop with the Devin Haney BS. We're going to talk about it all this morning, brother. We're going to talk about it all, man. We're going to talk about it all, man. Shout out to Virgil. Shout out to B-Mac in the building. Mo283. El Pinche in the building. Any updates on Sasaki? I know, right? That's what I was just saying. Shout out to Mr. Big Play Brace starting the morning off with that $5. Refreshing. Thank you for supporting the channel today, man. Putting some color in the chat. Guys, don't be scared to follow suit with Mr. Big Play. $2, $1, $1,000. Let me stop, right? Whatever you can give to support the channel, we appreciate it, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Mr. Big Play Brace says, to be honest, 135, 140, 147, 154, going to be interesting how all this plays out because there's no division to run trying to hide the smoke. I agree with you, man. I really do agree with you. And we'll talk about that even a little deeper because when you talk about conversations like the Richardson Hitchens right now, who's floating between 141 and 147 right now, as far as his conversation is concerned, when you're talking about fighters going up to 147, what are they running into? A potential hornet's nest. And 154, of course, the ultimate hornet's nest. There's no escaping it. 135 is getting interesting with the actual prospects coming up in the game, like Abdullah Mason and Andy Cruz. They're starting to move and they're creeping up from behind as well. You got the veterans up top like Tank and Shakur holding stuff down, and everybody in the middle is looking like if they don't carry themselves the right way, they might get blended, right? Got to be sure you got your head on a swivel right now in these divisions, because if you're not protecting your neck, you might get hit with a straight. Pop! You might get hit with a straight by accident. Make sure it counts and make sure you're doing the right thing. El Pinche says, ain't no way Haney going to fight him. Oh, ain't no way. Listen, I understand where you're coming from. At the end of the day, what a performance in a showcase by Brian Norman Jr. tonight. Who would want to get in the ring with a fighter who's punching like him, moving with a momentum like him directly after a knockout like that? But I'll tell you what, in the same breath, as you're saying, ain't no way El Pinche Haney goes to fight him, what do we say about Devin Haney if they do put the contract together and make that the next fight? What does that speak on Devin Haney's character and who he is as a fighter? Does that give weight to him? And a victory over a fighter who just did what he just did to Jin Sasaki for Devin Haney. Whoa, a lot to gain. A lot to gain. Brian Norman Jr. has raised the stakes in multiple ways by going across the ocean to go ahead and fight the way he just fought right now. Many of fighters are looking and weighing out, all Brian Norman Jr. might need is a fight with a Devin Haney to really ultimately hit that goal. All he might need is an open gate, somebody who can open the door and walk him in and grab his hand and walk him into the office of a Turkey Al-Sheikh who might say, listen, 3-fight deal? If you down, we down. Saudi, if you down, we down. Brian, are you down? I think he's down, man. I think he's down, man. Man. So J.R. Spock says, so why was Brian in Japan whooping on a dude nobody knew about? Well, we talking about a little bit, right, J.R.? We're going to keep on talking about a little bit. Shout out to my brother, Blue Blood Sports and Books. It's still cooking. Yeah, man. We took a little bit of a break, but we're back at it. This is the wrap-up show. Great fight party that we had earlier today. I had a lot of people actually step in the room. By the way, if I haven't said it yet, please remember to hit the like button while you're being mesmerized by us cooking on this boxing right now. Hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. Salute to was it D Richardson? Richardson. Salute to you, King. Thanks for being in there. No Mas Mile in the building saying HLD, you said Norman Jr. should slug it out with the guy. You're wrong. Overhyped his opponent. Yes, we got to talk about how Brian Norman fought the fight as well. You know, shout out to my guy, Low Nose Boxing, who came to the live this morning and really just dropping some jewels. And we got to go back and forth a little bit and have a great dialogue as far as 147 pounds is concerned now, as far as how impressive Brian Norman Jr. was. But we also talked about his favorite fighter in Teofimo Lopez, the current WBO lineal champion at 140 pounds, if you don't remember who I'm talking about, and how he had his eyes focused on making an entry into 147 pounds, and he was looking to fight Jaron Boots Ennis, the big dog, to prove himself. Well, I think the conversation changes a lot. We all know that Top Rank got both Brian Norman and Teofimo Lopez there. We know Teofimo Lopez is holding a WBO title in that 140-pound weight class division. We know he can leverage that to fight a Brian Norman Jr. We know Brian Norman Jr. is open to a lot of different opportunities, options right now. Clearly having access to two of the big fighters working with Turkey Al-Ashik, which means big money, big opportunities. Does Teofimo check the boxes? If you're willing to fight Jaron Boots Ennis, who was ultimately, arguably, the most dangerous fighter in the 147-pound weight class division, then what about Brian Norman Jr.? Do you still have it in you, Tio, to dare to be great, or was it all a hype job? Brian Norman Jr., WBO champion, 147-pound champion, and quite frankly, the most dangerous fighter outside of Jaron Boots Ennis, who we may need to just speak about past tense when we talk about 147 pounds, who may now officially be a 154-pound champion in the making. Who's the hardest fight to fight in the division outside of Brian Norman Jr., Tio? Yeah, you talk a good game. I know your guy's in the building. Let's see what your guy does. Let's see what your guy does. Salute to my guy, TB Keon in the building. Everything boxing says, Brian, the Storm, Norman, you know how the F we coming. Salute, Clay, 100%. 100%. They're going to have to put some respect on this man's name. They're going to have to put respect on his name, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to get deeper into it because I know who in the hell is Jin Sasaki anyway, right? Right, JR? Spot? Right? Who is Jin Sasaki anyway? Why do we care? Why does this make a big difference? Are we going to talk about it? Because it does make a big difference. It does make a big difference. Something big was definitely accomplished tonight on behalf of Brian Norman Jr. What he went to go get in Japan, he got it in spades. He got it in spades. Was it worth his while? I think hindsight will say it most definitely was worth his while. It was most definitely worth his while to go ahead and go in there and do what he's doing. Big Herm in the building, back in the building. Big Herm in Tokyo, Japan right now. I don't know if Tokyo going crazy or not, what's going on out there, but he said, we never seen Norman in there with a high-level boxer. Facts. Facts, Big Herm. And I don't even know if Jin Sasaki checks the box as a high-level boxer. I don't know if that's necessarily I don't necessarily know if that's the box that was necessarily checked this morning when Brian Norman Jr. slept that man and put that man into the shadow realm. I don't know if that's necessarily what Brian Norman Jr. went over there to get and what he did get. We still haven't seen him in there with the highest level fighter, but I'll tell you what, the demand to see Brian Norman Jr. fight now after this knockout, the casual fan saw a fighter that they can get behind in Jaron Boots in Brian Norman Jr. Did the casual fan, let me put it in a question, not make it a statement. Did the casual fan in boxing find a reason to get behind a Brian Norman Jr. after seeing that fight today? Not the hardcore boxing fan who still needs to see him get in the ring with the Teofimo Lopez or Jaron Boots Ennis or Rohan Polanco, right? Or Giasov or maybe even a Rolly Romero, I don't know if he counts or not, or Ryan Garcia or Devin Haney. Does a casual fan who puts the money in the pockets of these fighters have they found a reason to get behind a Brian Norman Jr. based off that performance? And if so, every day a star is born. Clap for him, clap for him, clap for him. Hey! The original song, but I don't want to get copyrighted. But that's about as close as we can get. We know what time it is. I don't need to sit out there and lose the damn monetization to my channel to make my point. Do I, ladies and gentlemen? Do I need to lose the monetization to my channel in order to prove? You know what? You get it. You get it. Stop it. You get it. Damn it. You get it. Right? So it was a huge performance for Brian Norman Jr. And now let's see what happens when Brian Norman Jr. comes back stateside. When he comes back to America and he's getting celebrated in his city, let's see if Atlanta can get behind Brian Norman Jr. Let's see if the boxing space and the boxing community can get behind Brian Norman Jr. Hopefully it doesn't cost Jaron Ennis his fans for that to happen, right? Hopefully it doesn't cost Jaron Boots Ennis his fans, because unfortunately in our community, it's one way or the other. We don't know how to celebrate all the fighters at the same time. Now, with a performance like he just gave right now, Jaron Boots Ennis thought he was catching hell before. I can only imagine what it's looking like in these YouTube streets, in this boxing space right now when it comes to Jaron Boots Ennis. But we got to talk about that as well, right? Salute AJ Moore in the building. AJ Moore says, El Pinche, he's talking to you, El Pinche, but I'm going to put your business out in the YouTube tree. Says, tell Boots to stop ducking. Y'all want Devin to do what Boots scared to do. Where Boots at? Damn it, AJ Moore knows something. He knows something. I'm wondering if the rest of the boxing space knows what AJ Moore knows. What do you know, AJ? I'll tell you what. AJ Moore clearly very confident in Brian Norman's ability to beat Jaron Boots Ennis, right? And I say justified. Why shouldn't you feel that way? Not only based off of what Brian Norman does, but also based off the fact that Jaron Boots Ennis is a shell of a man at 147 pounds. Who Jaron Boots Ennis was 2 years ago at 147-pound division is not the same Jaron Boots Ennis now. So here's my question to the boxing space. When you think about being interested in seeing a Jaron Boots Ennis fight a Brian Norman, what Jaron Boots Ennis do you want to see in the ring with Brian Norman Jr.? And if you are truly interested in seeing the best fight the best, how much interest can you really have in seeing Brian Norman Jr. fight this version of Jaron Boots Ennis? A depleted, right? A depleted version. What did Jaron say? He was 30, 40% of who he was because of his inability to cut this weight in a healthy way. Is he lying? Is he exaggerating? Probably. But I promise you, I'm in belief that he's not 100%. He's not 100% of himself at 147 pounds. To fight against a young, bull, up-and-coming, hungry fighter like Brian Norman Jr., is that the fight you guys really want to see? And if it is the fight you want to see, do you just want to see Jaron get knocked out, or do you want to see a good fight? I'm asking for a friend. It's not me. Don't cuss me out. Don't do that. I'm asking for a friend. What are we doing out here, bro? I'm going to tell people to stop asking me to ask these questions. I'm tired of catching hell from you guys. I'm just trying to get an answer for a friend. I'm asking you a question. Come on, bro. Can you answer the question? I ain't asking. A friend of mine wanted to know, what do you guys want to see? A shell of himself in Jaron Boots Ennis fighting against Brian Norman, or would you like to see a Devin Haney who's hungry, who needs a fight, who you want to see be tested, who you might have questions about who he is, coming off of a nasty experience with Ryan Garcia, then given a performance where he looks shell-shocked and full of PTSD, but we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on with Devin Haney. We want to see him try true. Let's see if it was the weight cut. We haven't seen a real Devin Haney at 147 pounds yet. We haven't even seen him fight a fake Devin Haney at 147, being that his last fight was a catchweight fight. And Brian Norman Jr., I don't care how much you love him. And I got love for the kid right now. I'm supporting. I'm a big support right now of Brian Norman Jr., but damn it, he ain't been properly tested. Don't be mad at me. Don't do that. I'm just being honest. We've seen him do a great job against Santillan. That was a great job. Derek Cuevas gave him nothing. Jin Sasaki was standing there right in front of him all night to get knocked out. We ain't seen him properly tested. You know in your heart of hearts, we cannot discount how Brian Norman Jr. was looking 4 fights for his last 4 fights before that Santillan fight. And the reason why he was the underdog in San Diego when he went to go fight for Santillan. He did a great job and shocked the world. Made a lot of people a lot of money who put money on him because he was a plus whatever in that fight. Where do we want to see Brian Norman? Where do we want to see Brian Norman? I think, me personally, if you're asking me personally, I'm leaving my friend out of this. I want to see him fight Devin Haney. I don't want to see him fight Jaron Boots Ennis right now. I would love to see him fight. In my mind, there is a Jaron Boots Ennis that I want to see fight Brian Norman Jr., but I question and ask myself, is that Jaron Boots Ennis available anymore? Does that Jaron Boots Ennis that I want to see fight Brian Norman Jr. exist at 147 anymore? Because I'm not interested in watching any fight, guys. I'm interested in watching a certain fight. There is a fight I'm interested in watching, not any fight. If I want to see Jaron Boots Ennis fight Brian Norman Jr., there is a Jaron Boots Ennis that I want to see fight Brian Norman Jr., not any Jaron Ennis, a certain Jaron Ennis. And I have to ask the question, is that Jaron Ennis still there at 147? At 154, more than likely that Jaron Ennis is there. Now, Brian Norman wants to make a move to 154 just for his own legacy, make a fight happen against a 154-pound version of Jaron Boots Ennis. So be it. If you guys feel like Brian Norman Jr. is that guy, then maybe the pressure needs to be on Brian Norman Jr. to have a fight. Maybe Jaron Boots Ennis' first fight at 154 be against Brian Norman Jr., who goes up there for a quick minute just to make sure he fights the best version of Jaron Boots Ennis, and he can come back and unify and do his thing at 147. But how confident are you in Brian Norman Jr.? Are you confident enough to allow him to go up to 154 and make that fight happen with Jaron Boots Ennis? Well, then there's an issue here. There's a potential issue here that the people who are pushing to see Brian Norman fight Jaron Ennis right now, and Brian Norman Jr. and Sr., if they're not willing to go to 154, then they might question what they can do with 154 Jaron Boots Ennis. And there's an argument to be say that you guys are only wanting to get at him because you smell some blood in the water. I smell blood in the water at 147. I smell a hurt. You know, they say a shark can smell blood in the water from miles away. He can smell a hurt animal, man. And easy food is always the best food to go after. And if you're just stalking and you're swimming through the water right now, looking for that wounded animal in a Jaron Boots Ennis, I get it. But does it count? Is it the same as fighting 100% Jaron Boots Ennis? Is it the same? I don't know. Me personally, Brian Norman Jr. has a legacy in front of him that he could definitely make happen. The 147-pound is his right now as of this morning. He's come back as one of the major players in the division, putting out a performance like that. Yes, against a Jin Sasaki. He should just let Jaron Boots Ennis move on to his next chapter. And the next best thing might be to see Devin Haney and Brian Norman fight. Or like I said earlier, what does KO Boxing call him? Or Teofimo or Teofimo, whatever he calls him. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to KO, right? Whatever his name is. Or we can do that as well, right? A Teofimo Brian Norman fight, if that's what Teofimo still wants to do. If Teofimo's like that, if he's really about that life, then okay. You know what I mean? Okay. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Let's see here, man. Did this work? Posting here. Ring Magazine puts up this posting right here. And what does the posting say? Brian Norman Jr. throwing his last bit of a shot at Jaron Boots Ennis, and you can't be mad at him, right? He worked so hard to get to this point. He says, listen, I wish I had a certain fight coming up, but they heard the B. Norman storm coming, and you know what happens when that storm comes. They grab their boots and run. They grab their boots and run. Funny. That was funny. We know that was funny. It's okay to laugh at that. That was definitely funny, man. Brian Norman's starting to come fall into his own right now, becoming more vocal, showing that stoicism, showing that professionalism that we like to see in the fighters. You got to celebrate. You got to love a Brian Norman Jr., what he brings to the table, that intangible he brings, man. It is what it is. Let's continue. Shout out everybody in the building here. Who else do we got in the building here? Shout out to L Dub Boxing in the building. Whoa. Wait, are you sure? Dub, let me check. I thought it was in the W. Is it Alexis Rocha? I thought Rocha was like 3 or something like that. Did it change like this morning? I feel like I saw. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. Hold on. You might be right. You're probably all right. You know, I ain't trying to get into you with you, L Dub. I already know how you are, bro. If you said it is, there it is. Alexis Rocha, #1 right now. Why did I think? Wow. I missed it. I missed that, man. Yes, Alexis Rocha, #1, man. What a fight for Brian Norman Jr. But I'll tell you what, Brian Norman Jr. has an opportunity to get it some real money right now. He has an opportunity to get it some real money right now. So I don't know how much of a mandatory is he a mandatory yet? Has the WBO ordered that fight between Alexis Rocha and Brian Norman? I don't think so. He's defended his title right now, so I think Devin Haney. I still go with Devin Haney being the better option. L-Dub, that's what I believe. It is what it is. Shout out to 10100 says again, how is this guy that made an offer to fight ducking? Again, how is this guy? Oh, they were talking about Devin Haney, right? Okay. Let's see here. Anybody else? And then Money Motivated said bars. Oh, I appreciate you, man. Lyrically, I explode and I don't know. I'm not a rapper, bro. I was trying to do my battle rap thing. Ruger out the pocket, 45 out the pocket. Whatever. Scratch that off. Can somebody scratch that off the video, please? That was kind of embarrassing for me. I didn't mean to go out like that. Anyway. So, yeah, man, Brian Norman Jr. does what he does. The division is looking interesting. We got new and up-and-coming fighters in that division. If you guys want to make a name for yourself fighting against a big dog, there's an opportunity there. I think Devin Haney makes the most sense. Devin Haney makes the most sense right now for Brian Norman Jr. I think and I'll tell you why. Because the promotion is going to be crazy. You got the mouth of the South, or the mouth, you know what I'm saying, of Bill Haney. I don't know. I only said mouth for the South because it rhymes, but he's not from the South. So, but you know, you have the mouth of Bill Haney that's going to be promoting this fight. The press conference is going to be lit. You got Brian Norman Sr., who's been looking for somebody he can go back and forth with. Brian Norman Sr. earning his own reputation at this point as being somebody who can talk that ish and back it up. Now he has a formidable opponent in Brian Norman Jr. and Bill Haney that they can go back and forth, right? You got Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr., who don't really get that vocal, but who are willing to speak a little bit. We've seen Devin Haney be active a little bit more in his press conferences. I think Brian Norman Jr. might be right at that speed, because Brian Norman Jr. also not a man of many words, but still knows how to tap, like what he just did right there, right? Like you just saw what he did right here, where he said, this was a real quick lyrical, you know what I mean? One hit. What is that? A fighter, that battle rapper, the comedian battle rapper. God, what's his name? Hot Fire. Is that his name? The comedian. When he says like 3 lines. I go to the store. I pick up the butter. I leave out the store. I'm melting butter. Everybody go crazy. Bars. Brian Norman Jr. does that, right? He said, I wish I had a certain fight coming up, but they heard the B. Norman storm coming. That almost kind of rhymed. Do you think he wrote this before he said this? He said, and you know what happens when that storm comes? Well, everybody grabs their boots and run. Bars. Bars. I think Brian Norman Jr. would love to spar with Devin Haney in a press conference building up this fight. And of course, the fight itself would deliver. The fight itself would deliver, man. And it would shut up a lot of people in the space one way or the other. Big time promotion, big payday. Yesterday's price won't be the same as today's price. Once that fight happens, Brian Norman is in the right trajectory and he's in the right conversation. I love it. I love it. I love it. I can't. I love it. It's good. It's good for boxing. It's good for boxing. Did Norman fight Jin Sasaki in neutral territory? No, he didn't, man. He went across the ocean. Rick Tim's in the building. Salute to Rick Tim's in the building. Says Dev and Bill need to stay away, far away from Brian Jr. Come on, man. Who out of pocket? Remixed by Clay. Ray Davis in the building. Salute. I see you in the back, Ray. I'm about to pull you up right now, brother. I see you right there in the back, man. I see you right there in the back, man. Salute to my brother Ray M.F. and Davis.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know what Rick Tim's talking about.
Listen, man.
I don't think Devin going to stand there and try to punch somebody to the body and just pull straight back like that. Like, come on, man. He was getting caught. He stood there, so he ain't like he was. Punching power is amazing. Like, it's good. It's definitely a powerful. You know what I mean? He definitely got power, but it wasn't like he was knocking him out. Whatever he was hitting. What was it? Fourth round? Fifth round?
He laid him out. I think it was in the fourth round, but he took his time, and there was a lot of poise there. Hold on 1 second. 54 people in the building. Please remember, hit that like button. Smash that like button like you smashing your side girl, not like you smashing the side girl.
Yo,
you know how you smash the side one.
He's on his remix tour today, y'all.
Smash the like button like you smash your side girl. You know what I'm saying? The mystery.
That's what I am, El Pinchy. I don't see. It's okay. I'll be the president.
Let me stop saying that, baby. I love you. I would never. But you know, a lot of people in here are smashing their side chicks different than they smashing. I have no side chick. You know what I'm saying, babe? I know you watching this. I have no side chick. But the people who do smash they side chicks the way I'm talking about it, I want them to smash the like button that way. Okay? I want them to do that. Hit the subscribe button as well if you haven't done it, man. Please. What is AJ saying? AJ says, yo, Claymore, answer this for me, please. Well, I'm here to serve. That's what I do. Pause. Maybe I need to put a pause in there. So let me put a pause in there just in case. But I am here to serve my community in this boxing talk. He says Boots fought in April, July, June. What comes before June? May, July. April. So that's 3 months ago. Okay, 3 months ago. Why he wait before the Japan fight to move up? You one of those guys? I can give you an explanation. I don't know if you want to hear it. You know what I mean? Listen, man. I'm going to tell you the honest truth of what's going on with Jaron Boots Ennis and Brian Norman, right? I'm going to give you the perspective that you need. I'm going to give it to you here. If you don't get it anywhere else, you're going to get it here. So here it goes. One time for your mind, I'm going to go ahead and give it to you one time. The reality is Jaron Boots Ennis is a legacy-driven fighter. And what does that mean? Why is that significant to answer your question? Because in your mind, you might be, well, legacy? Well, why is he leaving to go to 154? If he's legacy, he could become a 3-belt unified lineal champion, 147 pounds. What's more legacy-driven than that? I'm with you. Stay with me. I'm with you, right? You're right. Hence why we seen Jaron Boots Ennis stay in a division that he probably should have left well over a year ago. Because what is greater than that? To be able to unify in a division and maybe even be undisputed. What is greater than that? That would keep a fighter somewhere where he's not supposed to be, very similar to a drum roll, Devin Haney, who stayed at 135 pounds for a very long time to chase down that legacy of being undisputed. But now that Jaron Boots Ennis has earned a unified lineal championship and has been considered and crowned as the king of the welterweight division. And at the same time, there's an understanding that an Eddie Hearn who manages Jaron Boots Ennis, who will never let Jaron Boots Ennis move out of the conversation, right? He'll never allow him to forget that, Jaron, we've got legacy. We've got your biggest paydays. And damn it, we've got a doctor now who's telling you, you can't keep doing this. This is not sustainable. Boots, for the love of everything holy. How long can we hold off Turkey Al-Sheikh from giving you these millions, these M's, and the legacy fights that are sitting there at 154? We got decisions to make. And while Jaron Boots Ennis is still out there weighing out his options, driving Eddie Hearn and Turkey Al-Sheikh in the boxing space and the fans, maybe more importantly, crazy, as we wait on a Jaron Boots Ennis who refuses to say more than 3 words, and the only person he likes to talk to, shout out to my guy Mel from YSM, we don't get to know nothing unless he interviews at YSM. We wait as Jaron Boots Ennis sits there and tries to weigh out an argument in his mind. And what's the argument? Do I stay or do I go? Yeah. Did he wait for Brian Norman Jr. to go to 100 to go to Japan in order to move up to 154? You could argue that he did. I don't think he did. I think at the end of the day, we're getting closer to Jaron Boots Ennis' fight dates. August, September. This is the time that he wants to stay busy, and I think it's time to make a decision. And ultimately, on the back end of a Brian Norman negotiation that was messy, the first one, that ended up not happening because arguably Brian Norman Jr. priced himself, Brian Norman Sr. priced themselves out of that fight. Something like that. Brian Norman Sr. And Jr. priced themselves out of that fight. And understanding that there's a budget for this fight to get made under, we know that Jaron Boots Ennis took a big pay cut in order to make that fight happen with Stanionis. Does he want to continue to go through that, to deplete himself, have a doctor who tells him that he's half of a shell of himself at the weight at this point, nutrition-wise, nutrient-wise, that he's not able to make this weight in a healthy way, that he's 50 to 70% of who he actually is inside of that ring? Does he continue to hang back and fight probably the most dangerous fighter in the 147-pound division in order to make a bunch of fans happy? And you know how I feel about the boxing fans in today's space. The fighters and the fans are hardly ever on the same page. We don't know how to be fans of fighters. We know how to hate fighters better than we know how to celebrate them. So Jaron Boots Ennis is not taking no fans crying about what he should be doing into consideration. Yeah, I think logically he makes the decision to go up to 154. They can hate me now, but they're going to love me later. And I think that's the mindset that gets behind that. I don't think it has anything to do with ducking Brian Norman Jr. And I think deep in anybody's heart who's been watching Jaron Boots Ennis and the kind of fighter he is, we know he's not ducking no damn Brian Norman Jr., bro. That's just us trying to trigger, poke at the bear, right? Get him upset, make him want to prove something to us and give us the fight that we want to see. I understand everybody wants to see Brian Norman Jr. do great things. We want to see him get an opportunity to be great. Very similar, like I said, to what we saw happen between Jaron Ennis and Terrence Crawford. We know Terrence wasn't ducking no damn Jaron Ennis. Not to say that Jaron Ennis is not a factor, but that's not in Terrence Bud Crawford's nature. We know that it was bad timing. That Terrence Crawford had options. And at this point in his career, he wanted to get his biggest paydays. And that's why he left. And at this point, at Jaron Boots Ennis' career, at 32, 33 plus fights, I don't know how many fights he has right now as a professional fighter, and earning the accolades he has and the opportunities that are waiting for him. He's not gambling going to 154. He's running right into a bag. He's going to get a title shot. He's going to be in the unification fights. He's going to be in the biggest fights that can be made at 154. And he's going to get paid a lot of money to do it. Hanging back to fight Brian Norman Jr. just doesn't add up. Bigger fish to fry. Brian Norman Jr.'s payday and his legacy is aligned with getting in the ring with a Devin, Haney, or Teofimo Lopez now, and hoping that Turkey Al-Sheikh picks up that bill for that fight. And now Brian Norman can get in the conversation of getting that Turkey money. And we'll see how Brian Norman moves, where some fighter who you guys want to see him fight is begging him to fight, but he has an opportunity to fight a super fight with a Ryan Garcia, and he picks that fight over fighting a Rohan Polanco. Is he ducking Rohan Polanco? Is he ducking Alexis Rocha, or is he doing the smart thing and being a man about his business and getting to his money and fighting a Ryan Garcia? Welcome to boxing, baby. Welcome to prize fighting, baby. What it is. So that's a story, AJ. I would say that's a short version, but I'll probably be being a liar, right? But it is a story. I stick by it. That's how I feel about it. Where you at on it, Ray?
And obviously, I think it's been now 3 years, Clay, since we said Boots need to move up. Him being a bigger fighter. It's actually recorded, it's documented. I got freaking files saying that I told him that. One, I knew he wasn't going to get the fights. Two, I knew he would outgrow the division. Three, we didn't want to see another Earl Spence, the guy staying there to unify, get all his titles, to go fight for his last belt, and just can't make the weight. Come into the ring and show himself, and then get beat. And then we're talking about how he's a hype job or how he's this, how he's that. First of all, let's be clear. Salute to Jaron Boots Ennis. But let me give y'all credit. Y'all put Jaron Boots Ennis at the top of the game for being a prospect and the best boxer of this generation. The fans. Not me, not Clay, not Boots, not Bozy. Yeah, they believe they the best. Of course, every fighter believe they the best. But we didn't put him at the top of that ring. Y'all did. Oh, he's the most exciting fighter we want to see. But now, the point that Jaron decides that he needs to do something good for him, you know what I mean? He gets super duck. He's a duck. He can't fight this guy. Listen, first of all, who y'all ever got in the ring with? Whatever challenges y'all have met in your lives where y'all had to keep hurting yourselves to continue to do something. That's what it comes down to. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, Clay, I'm gonna be respectful and say, you know what? Brian Norman would have been a great fight with Boots. I don't think he's fast enough to dismantle Boots.
Adele Joyce.
Yeah, I don't think he's fast enough to dismantle Boots or stop him. But I do think he has enough power to stop him if he catches him in the right place at the right time with the right shot, like he did Jin Sasaki. Obviously he has a good brick hand, man. Ain't nobody taking that away from Brian Norman. I think we just look crazy because we're always looking at the excitement of the fighters. We don't look at the styles of the fighters. Brian Norman has been outboxed multiple times. Brian Norman hasn't stopped every fighter in his career, right? Yes, he looks good on fighting Jin Sasaki. Yes, he looked good fighting his last fight with a guy that he hasn't fought in 2 years, right? But what happened to fight prior to that? What happened to fight prior to that fight? Centillion and whatever his name was. He got two last names. But anyway, the Puerto Rican guy didn't look good. Brian Norman took a seat in one of those fights, and Brian Norman had a struggle and a battle on his hands. So with all due respect, I just want to say, like, I think Brian Norman's an excellent fighter. Do I see him dismantling or beating the waist out of Boots, even at Devin Haney? I don't see him beating the crap out of him. Do I believe he can beat them? Listen, man, it's boxing. Anything can happen. Devin, I think more so than Boots because it's his division. You know what I mean? That's Devin coming up to his division. But at the same time, when it comes to Boots, man, Boots didn't duck this guy. It's all good though. You know what I mean? Y'all gonna have your opinions, y'all gonna push narratives, and y'all gonna lie. Instead of hearing from the horse's mouth and take it for what it is. It's cool. I'm good with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't subscribe to the idea of him ducking either. Shout out Carlos Dixon with the $10 high on the building. Said, "What's up, Clay, man?" Salute to you, Carlos Dixon. What's up back at you, man? Always appreciating the color in the chat. Guys, support. Hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. There's 65 people in the building. I appreciate you guys. And if you haven't subbed to the channel, don't waste another minute, man. Hit the damn sub button and hit the like button. It is what it is. It is what it is when it comes to the Jaron Boots Ennis and the Brian Norman conversation, man. I understand where the fans come when it comes to this conversation. It was the same thing with the Terrence Crawford and the Jaron Boots Ennis conversation. I get it. And I'm a Terrence Bud Crawford fan, right? And I got it. I wanted to see that fight. But we do at some point or another as fans of boxing need to start. We don't need to, but I choose to myself respect these fighters on a point to where I don't consider a fighter a duck who I know is heading into a hornet's nest like Jaron Boots Ennis is. I'm just saying at the end of the day, we can also respect and give grace to a fighter who's actually challenging himself and putting himself in front of even more dangerous fighters than where he's coming from. And if the price is not getting a fight at the time we want to see the fight, if that's the price, Brian Norman Jr. and Jaron Boots Ennis is still a fight that can happen when Brian Norman Jr. makes his move to 154. And if the fight is that big of a deal, if we're going to continue to call Jaron Boots Ennis out and make it the end-all be-all, well, just like I said with Jaron Boots Ennis and Terrence Crawford, Brian Norman Jr. should get in the way.
Yep.
Leverage your WBO title and go make a fight and go get the winner between Xander Zayas and Pedro Perez or Jose Perez Garcia. Go ahead and leverage it, make it happen, or get Boots to agree. Let's make a fight happen at 154, and let's make that Boots Ennis his first fight at 154. Brian Norman Jr., Jaron Boots Ennis, 154 pounds. Now you get a completely 100% version of Jaron Boots Ennis with no rehydration clause and no hard weight cut for him. And if Brian Norman Jr. has that kind of faith in what he can do, then what you could do at 147, you should be able to do at 154 against Jaron Boots Ennis. But I have a little feeling, just a feeling, just my spider sense is going off that I don't think Senior would allow his son to go up to 154 and fight Jaron Boots Ennis. I think that fight only makes sense to those guys at 147 pounds. For whatever reason we want to use as a reason as to why, I just have a feeling the powers that be, the handlers, the people who have vested interest in Brian Norman Jr.'s future do not see a practical reason to allow Brian Norman Jr. to leave this division where he's strong at to go fight in a division where Jaron Boots Ennis is strong at. So let's let it be. Let's let dogs lie, right? Let's let dogs lie. Shout out to Anton Ziegler, who went ahead and put that $5 holla in the building, man. I'm respecting the love and the color in the chat today. Don't be scared to follow suit with the grassroots supporters in here, man. Loving it. Thank you. Said we're going to see the best Boots at 154. End of story. 100%. And if Brian Norman Jr. and if the Brian Norman Jr. fans want to see Brian Norman fight Jaron Ennis, like I want to see him fight Jaron Ennis, like I said earlier, which Jaron Ennis do you want to see fight Brian Norman Jr.? The best version of him or a depleted version of him? Because if you're looking for the depleted version, if that's the only version that you can see fighting against Brian Norman Jr., then you're not really interested in a good fight. You're just interested in seeing Jaron Boots Ennis get knocked out, or you're interested in seeing Brian Norman Jr. get a victory on his resume of a fighter that it will look like on paper was a great fighter, but we know wasn't the same fighter that he was 2 years ago. It is what it is. Shout out to Anton Ziegler. And Adult Choice steps in the building with the $2 holla, says undisputed is the best. Hashtag pull up.
Your energy drinks today, brother.
Yeah, Adult Choice. So I'm on my second cup of that vanilla bomb. Shout out to Black.
I knew it was. I ain't want to say nothing, but
shout out to Black Rifle, the best coffee in the game. I'm not gonna do that for free again. So how your people reach out to my people, we can talk about some sponsorship, but that's about it. That's all you get, Black Rifle. That's all you get, damn it. That's all you get for free. Thor Hero in the building saying, loving the content, my guy. Oh man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the $2 holla. And I'm gonna tell you even more than the $2. Thank you for appreciating the content, man. I really appreciate you guys in the building today, man. Thank you, man. Right?
Yeah.
But it is what it is, right, Ray? It is what it is, man. We can't be mad at boxing fans who want to see their favorite boxers do great things, who want to see great boxers. We understand. It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? And that's why, it's up to the boxer to make the best decision for themselves. The same way people wanted to go ahead and see Devin Haney fight a different way against Jose Ramirez, but at the end of the day, Bill Haney had a different plan. Thought it was more important to get his son's ego in check, to get his son's confidence in check. Maybe Devin Haney during the camp, he wasn't too sure if is my son ready to get hit? Does he believe in his ability not to get hit? So what he did, he made him spend 12 rounds not getting hit, just to show him if you don't want to get hit, you're not going to get hit. Don't let nobody lie to you. The boxing space didn't like it. I didn't like it, to be honest with you, but it is what it is. He can't do it again to me. I know he can't do it again to a lot of boxer fans. He better not. He ain't gonna do that again to me, Bill. I ain't doing that no more. And Turkey Al Sheik made it clear you ain't gonna do it to him either, man. Shout out to Dragonfly Jones in the building with the $5 supporting the channel today, man. Thank you guys so much for keeping that color flowing in here. Says Dragonfly Jones says undisputed is wide open now for Norman. Will Barrios ever step up if he wins? Woo! Ooh-wee. Yeah, man. That PBC protective island, that PBC protective custody. Man, bro. It's diabolical, man.
It's crazy. You know what's funny? I don't. Oh, speaking of PBC, you heard about their deal, right? They're trying to make.
Nah. What's going on with the PBC?
Apparently, they're in talks with ESPN, which is weird because ESPN is dropping boxing, but could be because they got more of a megastar with Javante, and maybe they feel that the PBC can bring more stars over if they're on that platform. It might be a good move.
Yeah, bro.
You know what I mean? The top rate thing is a development, you know what I mean, system. We already know that. But when you got stars of boxing and bring everybody over to one platform, kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? You will have be pretty decent. I would like to see something like that happen, but you know, if not, we just got to stop putting this duck title out on people, man. At the end of the day, man, it's everybody I see. I even reluctantly to say that I don't even believe, like, as hard as me to say this, I don't even believe Teal ducked, man. I think Teal just wanted to move the way he wanted to move. He wanted to get the bag he wanted to get. And in a sense of him not respecting the Haneys or whatever. And I think it's more so him putting his, like what Punch was saying. Teal's been putting his foot in his mouth, and I don't want to go back and forth on this. I'm just saying the duck thing, right? He put his foot in his mouth so many times, it just looks bad for him when it comes to the Haneys. That's all. I think that's the issue, and I think a lot of people look at that towards and call it a duck. As far as Javante or anybody else ducking or being Shakur ducking or whatever, man, these are not ducks, man. These guys are fighters, and they have options. You know what I mean? Like Benavidez and Canelo could be easily called a duck. I just think Canelo had options. He's the face of boxing, bro. He can box whoever he want, anytime he want. And guess what? When you have damn near 65 fights at the time, who cares? I don't care what you think. I done fought all the tough people in front of me, right? Do I need to fight somebody young and hungry? You know what I mean? The young bull right now? No. Fight who I want to fight. Same thing with Boots, man. Boots is like, I put this struggle in, man. I had to fight these guys to get a title that was given to me. Then I go again and I win a title, and there's no respect. I don't get the respect. So if I'm not getting the respect at a division where I should be dominating, and these guys don't want to fight, Barrios fighting freaking Pacquiao. This guy didn't want to, what's the name? The other dude didn't want to fight, Brian Norman, at the time when we offered him money because he wanted a payday that was priced out, like way priced out. I had to take a pay cut to even get him some money to make him come up to this amount. And it's still, he didn't want to fight me then. Now, I decided to move and do my thing. You know what I mean? I'm a duck. I ducked Virgil Ortiz because when I called out Virgil Ortiz at 147, his coach on record said, Virgil's not ready for a fight with Boots Ennis. He's too good. Give us about 5 years. 2025. Yeah, we'll be ready then. That sounds ridiculous. It happened to be 2025 when they reached back, right? But at the end of the day, man, I don't think none of these guys is ducking or running from each other. That y'all that's the casual mindset of narrative pushing. That's it. That's all y'all do. Y'all want to see great fights? No problem. I'm all for it. But you know what? We don't always get the great fights we want, unfortunately. So, you know what I mean? And like Clay said, if you really want that fight, get in the way. Well, here's the thing, Rick Timms. Speaking of getting in the way, right? Let's talk about Canelo for a second. Canelo moved up to that division. No, what he had, that franchise belt, right? He moved up. He moved to light heavyweight first, then he came back down. He had the franchise belt. Guess who had the title and lost the title? Like, guess who was in the way? Benavidez. He was in the way. But his lack of recreational activities and lack of taking weight seriously and boxing seriously, lost him that title. Not once but twice. So he was in the way. He could have had that fight, right? But he chose to do things to get him out the way. And guess what? When I got the belt, now you calling me for your title that I got. It is what it is, man. I hear you though. I mean, so many eyes you can see. You can say so many things, but it's all business, right? It's business when, and another thing, it's business when it's your favorite fighters. But when it's, somebody you don't like, it's a duck. Relevant. Crazy work.
Yeah. Salute. We got 63 people in the building. Guys, smash that like button. Let's get the likes up, man, to match how many people in the building. If you haven't done that yet, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that, man. And like I always say, subscribe if you haven't done it yet, man. Take an opportunity to do that as well.
Long
time
in
the building. Long time no see, for real, man. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, I don't get caught up in the duck talk too much, man. It's got to be something. I've seen AJ Moore say we done calling people ducks. I think some people do check the boxes for ducking. I just don't think 9 out of 10 of the people we call ducks are ducks. I think we don't acknowledge a fighter's options on the table, and we separate that from having options, looking at routes, looking at things that make more sense to them, and instead of giving them time to go ahead and develop it, we quick to call them a duck because they're not fighting who we want them to fight. I think the clear-cut duck is always a guy who has a mandatory that a sanctioning body has ordered the fight, and you've decided not to take the fight. That's clearly a duck. Or obviously, if you were in contracts to fight somebody, there was a date put out there and you guys agreed to the terms and conditions of the fight, and all of a sudden you pull out of the fight, I call that a duck. That's where I still am. I guess I'm a little old school, man. I'm not all futuristic with it and moving so fast to where, if I see you look at the guy the wrong way, oh, he ducked. Did you see the way you looked at him? It's a duck. He was clearly scared. Did you see him? The fear in his eye. That not the left one. Don't look at the left one. The left one wasn't the one. The right one. Rewind and look at the right eye, man. Duck music. That was a duck stare if I've ever seen it.
With Frank Martin.
Yeah. I'm not doing all that. You know what I'm saying? I think at the end of the day, we're talking about big business right now. When we're talking about fighters like Brian Norman Jr., Devin Haney, Jaron Boots Ennis, Teofimo Lopez, Teofimo, I'm not going to say he ducked, but I had a great conversation today with Low Nose Boxing, man. I really did, man. He stepped up and he stepped into the live early today. Lowe's gave me that prop, so he said, "Yo, I'm the best commentator in the boxing space right now. Fight the guy calling the fights in the boxing YouTube space right now that he said hands down." I was like blushing and whatnot, bro. Pause. I was like, damn, Low Nose Boxing today. Okay. Low Nose Boxing knows boxing so well for him to give me those type of accolades, man. I was, yeah, bro. I was ecstatic to hear that. But we were talking about Teofimo Lopez and then just stating that at the end of the day, Teofimo Lopez, in my personal opinion, and Low agreed with me, he's wasted a lot of his best years running his mouth in the boxing space. And instead of choosing to be active and fighting the fighters who are there and available for him to fight, he's wasted time trying to make fights with fighters who are not interested in fighting him. And he's not getting younger. And he keeps on pushing this narrative about the accolades he earned in the fight with Lomachenko or what happened with him and Josh Taylor. He's trying to ride those accolades to a party that doesn't exist. He wants to be celebrated in a way that he's not accepting the fact is just not enough. We need more. You have been consistently inconsistent throughout your whole to the better half of your career. You've been consistently inconsistent, and your inability to acknowledge that and to constantly want to force feed us stories about your lineal championships, about your accomplishments, your constant need to force down our throat how you're doing things better than Terrence Crawford, doing things better than Devin Haney, doing things better than Ryan Garcia is not adding up to a paycheck and, more importantly, a fight for you. It's not doing it. And your inability to accept that and your choice to use antics and nonsense that you're spewing, wearing your glasses at the tip of your nose like this, walking around like you're somebody who the whole boxing space outside of your diehard fans have communicated to you early and clearly that you're not that. And if you want my money, it ain't going to work. So instead of taking the time to unify and fight the likes of a Subriel Matias when he was an IBF champion, or try to challenge and fight a Devin Haney when he was a WBC champion, or go ahead and make a fight happen with a Gary Antoine Russell, right? Or even an Isak Cruz or Rolly Romero at the time. Instead of unifying and becoming that dog at 140 and potentially even hitting undisputed, but being the one unified champion in the division, what do? You waste a whole bunch of time throwing shots at Terrence Crawford and trying to make that fight happen, thinking that calling him racist words and triggering him is going to make that man sign a contract to fight you. You spend a bunch of time chasing down a Jaron Boots Ennis, won't even say your name on camera in any interview, does not care about your existence, and definitely doesn't care about fighting you, and you waste time. Then you make some deal with Turkey Al-Ashik who says, listen, I'm going to put the money up and make the fight happen, and you turn that into, I got to fight with Jaron Boots Ennis. And then you fight Arnold Barbosa on a card. You make decent money, and what do? You trick yourself out of an opportunity to get a payday with Devin Haney. Now you're walking around trying to walk into the ring while Hitchison has his biggest night and trying to steal his light and try to supposedly maybe make a fight with him. Who knows? Now you're going to go in there and try to walk in the ring with a Gervonta Tank Davis and make a fight with him. Who knows? Now you're walking around here, and what's not happening the whole time? You fighting and making the legacy happen. That's what's happening. Right. That's just the truth. People can continue to push everything else. I don't care. My eyes don't lie. I see what I see. While you're wasting time doing all these different things, fights could have been being made. You could have been more active. Teofimo is an athletic fighter, a talented fighter who fights off of rhythm. Those fighters cannot afford to sit outside of the ring for a year, 9 months to a year, fighting once or twice a year. Those fighters need to be active because they're rhythm-based fighters. That's why you saw Devin Haney look the way he did against Jose Ramirez. Why? Because he stayed out of the ring for a year. And his father understood that I need to make sure my son, who's a athletic rhythm type of fighter who moves his feet and is able to guesstimate range, I need to make sure that he's comfortable with that. He was just getting clipped by a left hand that he couldn't get away from, and Ryan Garcia's fighting and was getting hurt. And on top of that, we've shortened up the jab because we want him to keep that right hand up, so we don't want him overextending with that jab. These are new things that Devin Haney's having to deal with, and he wants to make sure it works because he stayed out of the ring for a year, right? So what are we seeing? Inconsistency with Teofimo Lopez because he's playing games, because he's retiring, staying out the ring for a year. Then he jumps in the ring and gets looked like a pedestrian against the Sandro Martin. Then he has a great fight against a Josh Taylor, but he's trying to ride that wave and jump into the ring with a Jermaine Ortiz, and Jermaine Ortiz makes him look regular. So now he's brokenhearted and he doesn't know what to do because he's mentally weak. That's what the inconsistencies represent, by the way, guys. When you hear about people fighting fighters according to the fighter fighting down to their fighters, that's mentally weak. Where's your strength at? What did you see Brian Norman Jr. do tonight? You saw him fight Jin Sasaki and say, I'm consistent with what I do. So you're either going to raise the bar of who you think you are to fight who I am, or you're going to get cleaned up because I'm not fighting down to you. I'm not taking chances because I know I can. I'm not sitting out here doing things I don't normally do. No, I'm going to be the best version of myself in every single fight. And if you're not supposed to be in there with me, if you're a fighter who's below me, you're going to get washed because I'm not lowering my skill set to play against you. I'm mentally strong. I'm stoic and I know who I am. Are you that, Teofimo Lopez? No, because you're inconsistent. Because unless somebody scares you, you don't step your game up. Unless somebody puts fear in your heart that they can actually beat you, you fight like a fool in the ring. And you get made look pedestrian against fighters who are not on your level. And then therefore now you got to go challenge yourself with the Reaper of Death in a Jaron Boots Ennis or a Terrence Crawford in order to bring the best version of yourself out. It's cute. It's cute. It really is. It's adorable that when we see him trying to challenge himself and fight fights that most people don't think he can win, we can celebrate him and say, there is a fighter who's challenging himself to be great. But I think there's another argument to be said that fighter can't fight at a high level unless he's fighting against the best fighters in the game. And that's mentally weak, inconsistent, ADD. Maybe somebody should prescribe that man some Adderall or some Ritalin. Get that under control so he can stop focusing on the things. Another word for it. He's a distracted fighter. He's like that kid in the back of the classroom who has all the potential in the world. When you get him to focus, he scores good grades and he's great at he's a great educator, but he's a DTD whenever something's going on in the ring, going on inside the room. He's like that dog, right? Who's focused, but as soon as a squirrel runs, you remember that cartoon? You ever see that cartoon Up? Right? When the dog had the mic on his neck, and the dog was like, yeah, intelligently, the squirrel. Butterfly. That's Teofimo Lopez. Can't keep his head focused on the thing right in front of him. Distracted all the time. Yeah, man. He needs to allow the guidance and the older people around him to guide him. He's lost touch, and there's nobody who can get in his ear who can humble him. Eddie Reynoso couldn't do it, so he's like, I'm good on that, man. I don't got time for that. His daddy tried to do it, but didn't want to lose his job, so he has to watch his son act like a donkey in front of him, even when he's trying to calm him down. Chill out, you're doing too much. What? No, let me cook. Let me do my... Shut up. Shut up. You are a child to me, bro. I birthed you, bro. Don't tell me. Shut up. You think Jaron Ennis is sitting there telling his daddy, chill, man? Hell no. And you definitely know Devin ain't doing it. Neither is Brian Norman Jr. You think Abdullah Mason is sitting there saying, let me cook, Pops? Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? If you don't go, brother, stop it, bro. And because of that, you're watching a Teofimo Lopez who shows up in the ring, who has no strategy, who's freestyling. They cannot come with any type of real strategy to come up in the fights because there's no training, and he does what he wants in the ring. He moves around. He's freestyling, breakdancing, and he's doing whatever he feels like doing in the ring, and he's inconsistent because of it. He's inconsistent because of it. I'm just talking real, bro. Shout out to HLD. I know. Look how much hate to downplay T.O. No downplaying, just the reality. Because while T.O. is doing what he's doing, time is moving and nobody's waiting on T.O.
Didn't he retire?
Here's the reality. Teofimo is moving. Great fights aren't happening. Time is not waiting for him. 2026 is almost here. 2027. It don't matter. We can celebrate a fighter who can't be consistent, who is consistently inconsistent. We could play that game. And when it's all said and done, and Teofimo gets his bubble pop, what are we going to say? Oh, the reason why he wasn't in the great fights was because that's what the conversation is going to be. What are we going to do? Are we going to blame the boxing space and say the reason he didn't get in the biggest fights is because boxing treated him like shit? Is because black people get celebrated more than him? Or will he take some ownership that he ran his mouth a lot more than he fought? That he didn't get into the fights that was there for him to get into, that he didn't allow his brand to build because he kept running his mouth, tapping into conversations that had nothing to do with him. And when it was all said and done, it didn't add up to shit.
Hold on. Again,
time will tell that story, trust me, better than any content creator can articulate it. Time will tell that story.
Yep.
Better than any fan can defend him. Better than any fan can bring context to the nonsense. Time will speak on this in a way. History, hindsight will speak in a way on this topic in a way that nobody else can speak on this. So like I've said plenty of times, have at it, good brother. I'm just watching. I'm just spectating, giving my perspective at it. Have at it. We'll be here watching and commentating and watching the marketing genius rock the game and show the fighters behind him how to do it as he shimmies through the boxing game and gets the big paydays and the big fights and great Hall of Fame.
Still glad he didn't get $1 million.
Teofimo Lopez shows out how to do it. We'll be here watching it, Salute to Teofimo Lopez, the smartest, thoroughest, strategic, best pound for pound, lineal champion, legend that the boxing game has ever seen.
Oh, the showman?
Salute to him, bro.
The showman?
We gotta
Gordo?
celebrate him right now. Let's give him his flowers now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give Teofimo his flowers now.
Oh, he's getting the Hall of Fame, right?
Let's not wait for him to be retired in a figment of our imagination. Let's give him his flowers now.
Yo, Clay.
Salute to Teofimo Lopez.
I ain't gonna rain on his parade, bro. But listen, everything you said is true. And like I said, his biggest stigma is the fact that he, like you said, he ran his mouth. He didn't put stuff. Oh, me and Bob and the whole world know. Devin don't know this. That was 2019, yo.
Boy, time flies fast, don't it? Don't time fly fast, Bray?
Yo, that was 20, right? And he had 2 major fights since then, right? He got out that so-called tournament because he found another way to get a belt. So he got a big fight there. He beat Comey. Then he fights Loma. Then he moves away from that fight. Then he goes and fights Kambosos, gets beat. And I'm gonna tell you, right then and there, stopped his career. Because once he lost to Kambosos, his mindset went, I don't want to lose again. And every time I think he has to psych himself up to fight. He really does. And when somebody that has a stout competition, Jermaine Ortiz, who looked like he literally handled Teo on a platter to the L column, you know what I mean? He got a lucky blessing because he started crying in the ring when the WBO and hugged the WBO president, right? When they announced that he was the winner, started crying. When he barely beat Sandor, when he lost to Sandor Martin and asked himself if he still got it. No backflip in the ring that night. Nope. But when he beat Josh Taylor, a guy that should have been at 147, a guy that was washed up in his own right, pretty much lost and got a stowaway fight himself from
hold on a second. Exactly, HLD. Still waiting.
Yeah.
After everything else you said in that line. And that's what you're going to keep on doing with the mindset that Teofimo has.
Yeah.
And by the way, shout out to No Mas Smile, said HLD in love with Teo, your boy living off Loma and Taylor. I want you to know, HLD, that is the consensus in the boxing space. The fans of Teofimo, like you and other people who support him, shout out to you guys, because Teofimo deserves fans to a degree. I mean, he's a good fighter, man, but he's wasting his time running his mouth. The fans don't see it, but you see this consensus right here? You see this consensus right there, what No Mas said? And not directed at you, HLD, but you see what this is? Mark my words, if Teofimo don't get his head out of his tail 10 years from now, that's what you're going to be fighting for and defending. Because that's what the consensus is. I promise you. That's the consensus on Teofimo Lopez.
Yep.
That is it right there. That's the truth. That's not me hating. That's a fact. In the rooms that I listen to, in the boxing spaces I'm at, when you watch across the board, you're looking at more people are looking at Teofimo like wasted talent. What did Colosimo get told by Sonny in the Bronx Tale? He said, you know the worst thing in the world? Wasted talent.
Yep.
He said that's the worst thing in the world. Wasted talent, man. To see somebody who has a lot of talent, who can do great things and move in great ways, sit there and just waste it away, man, that's tragic. That's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. You know what I mean? You see a kid in the neighborhood who could have played football, who's a football star his whole entire life, who was smart as hell, and then you see him on the corner asking you for $1 so you can buy a 40. You look at him, you go, damn, bro. Yo, Ray. Yo, ain't that Ray Sean?
Listen,
wasn't he?
Ray Sean? That's funny.
I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a name.
I got you.
Wasn't
Best
that
example, Clay, I can give you
You remember when Randall was all-state wrestler, football player? Remember he was dating the baddest chick in the school? Yep. Everybody said he was going to be the guy to do the most. Yo, did he just ask me for $1 for a 40? What happened to him, King? Bro. Well, you know, after he left school, he started getting big-headed and said he ain't going to no Division II or no Division III school. He only going to Division I schools. And, you know, then he tried to try out directly for the league, and the league said he ain't had no experience, man. And I don't know, he came back, his high was blown. He just never was the same, man. I don't know. From last time I heard, he's still living in his mama's basement, man. What? Yeah, man, that's what I'm hearing, bro. I don't know, bro. That's crazy, man, because Randall was supposed to be like that guy. What happened to him? Wasted talent, bro. What a tragedy.
Yep. But
then we'll have Randall's best friend be like, nah, y'all don't even know, man. What had happened was, man, these schools was being racist, bro, and they weren't even showing him no love, man. He should have been over there at USC Division I, but they played with him, right? Why? Because that one time, no, I'm saying he got in trouble with that little DUI. They took his scholarship. That's what happened. It's not because he didn't play for that Division II, Division III school. He's not supposed to play over there. Look at his record. He proposed and proposed state, and he was did he did more in his he did a whole lot of stuff. His favorite guy didn't do what he did. Yo, after you done with that, Randall's sitting on the side waiting on his dollar. Hook him up, bro, because he looked thirsty. And I'm just saying, don't just sit here telling me why he's looking like that. At least give him $1 because he's thirsty, and you can go back and tell me why he was great.
Yo,
at least give him $1, bro. At least give him $1. You sitting here telling me the story. Hit him with $1, bro.
Look, and it's crazy because now and this whole conversation that you had with the space and HLD, you never dismissed the talent or said anything negative about Tio. You said he had the talent to do it. You said this is that. Only thing you said that he's too busy. You know what I mean? Being a showman. He, like he says, right? He's just being a guy on stage, just telling the story, as opposed to going out there and living it, making his own legacy, making the story be written about him instead of him writing his own story. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
It really is what it is, man. And it's tragedy. And I am having fun. I'm making fun of Teofimo right now. I'm having a great time, by the way, doing it. I'm having fun at his expense. I'm not gonna lie, but I am being honest as far as I'm giving you some real perspective. And I think that Teofimo needs a kick in his ass, bro.
Right.
He needs to wake up because it's not that he's a trash fighter. He's a good fighter, bro. But he could be a great fighter. But the only way he can do it is inside the ring. And if every single time you talk to Teofimo Lopez, he's bringing up what he did to Lomachenko and Josh Taylor 6 years later, you know what I mean? 2-3 years later after he beat Josh Taylor, it's pathetic, bro.
Yep.
It's pathetic, bro. And it's going to get more pathetic as time goes on because he has nothing else to say. He has nothing else to say. He doesn't, bro. And you got people shooting holes to his theories, telling him he wasn't undisputed at 135, telling him he wasn't undisputed at 140, while he's trying to force feed you and sell you the idea of how technically he was. I'll give him 135 and say he was undisputed if that makes you feel better. I don't give a damn, even though nobody recognizes that way. But we all know if he's reaching in his pocket to say that he's undisputed because he beat Josh Taylor, that he's reaching, because you should have a lot more to hold on to than some fantasy BS. It shows you how much lack of accomplishments he has, because if he can tap into his accomplishments, he should be able to tap into black and white, clear accomplishments and not have to sell us about how he's technically anything. We know what that looks like. If you're a fan of Teofimo, you can go ahead and hold that down. But real recognized realm, we know when somebody is in there trying to technically sell us on what they did, that means they didn't do shit. That's what it means. That's like a guy sitting there trying to tell you that he felt on the girl's titty and trying to make it equivalent to hitting it. And you looking at him like, bro, but you ain't hit it. But technically, I touched on her nipples. You ain't technically, I had some kind of sex with her. Nigga, you ain't hit it, bro. Why you sitting here trying to cap on feeling on a girl who was drunk, damn near passed out titty, and she woke up, saw you, and almost pressed charges on you for for raping her? You trying to convince me that you hit that? If you don't get the hell up out of here, get out my face. That's what T.O. sounds like when he's sitting there trying to force feed us the idea of him being some sort of undisputed champion at 140. It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting. Meanwhile, he has a whole division in front of him at 140 pounds where he can actually become undisputed, and he's not doing nothing. He's trying to do everything outside of the division and going to war with everybody else who's trying to move him with the program. When Bob Arum is sitting there like, champ, what are you doing? I could have got you that unification with Sabril. You could have been the guy to be a unified IBF WBO champion. I could have got you there with Devin as being that Bill and Devin won that fight to happen. You'd have been the A side if you were the unified champion in the division. But you wasted time. So Devin went to go fight Ryan Garcia and look like trash. What happened to you, bro? Why are you doing that? I could have even put you in the room with Brian Norman to get his WBO title, but you're fronted on that. Yep. What are you doing? I want Darren Devin. I'm great. Stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. I never made $1 million in my life, but I need at least 11 million to fight Devin. Stop it, bro. I never even made $1 million. I need at least 11 million. I'm retiring. I don't get that. I think the bouncing great again. At least, can you fix your glasses on your face when you talking that nonsense? Because I don't know what's more annoying, listening to you talk or watch your glasses sit on the tip of your nose while you talk to us like some third grade fucking principal or some old 75
dude out there dancing in the streets of New York, paying these models to dance with him in these clubs, doing all these. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm good. He's showing his heritage, right? But the fact is, he's showing his talent there, doing backflips. And but when it come down, when it come down to exactly. But yeah, right. Look. Go ahead, Clay. Get him, Clay.
What is he? All right? The best moves in the game,
right? Everything, right? Even in the ring.
Even in the ring. Send it back. HL. That's to you. Go. Send it back to me, bro.
Send it back.
Send it back. There it is. I felt it, bro. There we go. You know what I mean? I'm sending it over the other way.
Oh, wow. Yo, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy work right there. But that's what he's doing, bro. Like, it's today. Yo, it's funny.
Yeah, bro.
It's true though, man. Listen, the guy does more time, and he builds you guys like he showed you up, man. He builds you up. And listen, I'm not mad that you had.
Right?
I'm not mad that you got the confidence in him. I have the confidence in him too. But the point of the matter is, he's not making do on the things that he's being contractually to do. He's been asked to fight. He's been asked to do this. He's been asked to fight this guy, that guy. Remember, I think once he found out, in my opinion, about what's homeboy name that he just fought. I don't know why I can't think of his name. Why I'm getting dementia, bro. I can't remember none of these fighters. Arnold Barbosa, right? Once he found out for real, like remember when Arnold Barbosa approached him after that fight? I think Rolly fought on the same card or whatever, and Arnold ran up on him in the cafeteria or whatever. They almost got into it.
Yeah.
Right. He didn't want to work with this guy, bro. He just didn't. The guy seemed like he seen something in him. But once he found out the next fight, I think it was the next fight, Arnold Barbosa looked human. Teal started talking a little bit sideways. Then the next fight came on. He fought, he had a decent fight. Then the next fight after that, he fights Jose Ramirez. He was like, yo, he looked like Jose Ramirez fighting Jose Ramirez. Like, I could beat this dude. Then his mind changed. Then his thoughts changed. Then he thought he can get in there and do something spectacular, right? So it seems to be that same way with Josh Taylor. Once he seen Josh Taylor was not that guy, right? He was a WBO champ. He didn't leverage that. He didn't go nowhere towards that guy. He's seen it. He's seen the aging. He's seen the responsibilities of these guys. Coleman, he's seen the responsibility of Coleman. He's seen the responsibility of Loma. And when he knew, because, he had top rank, he knew what was going on with Loma. Bob Arum already said that he wanted a Latin fighter that was going to lead his stable. He wanted that. He never got it. Tio was that guy. Believe it or not, Tio was that guy. And Tio dropped the ball. Tio could have been a millionaire. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's a millionaire, but you know what I'm saying, Clay. He could have been.
I don't know if he's a millionaire. I don't know his business like that.
I think he's had enough money made.
I'm not knocking. I'm just saying I don't know what's in his pocket. Right. I'll tell you this though, Ray. I'll tell you that Teofimo spent a lot of. I don't care. In HLD, you have to. I know you're a fan of him, but your boy spent a lot of time running his mouth more than he's fighting, bro. And that's just not good, bro. You know it, bro. If you had Teofimo's number and you can get him in the room, tell the truth, HL. You be like, hey, bro, respectfully, bro. Like, I know what you're trying to do. Shut the fuck up and fight somebody, bro. keep fighting, bro. How does your boxing career benefit if you running your mouth, bro? You got everybody in the game. You got Bob Arum not effing with you. You got Eddie Hearn calling you delusional. Now you about to burn the bridge with Turkey Al-Sheikh and get money. You could have fought Devin Haney. Bro, fight somebody. Just fight. Fight who's available. Why you keep chasing down people who don't want to fight you, bro? How much time are you wasting doing that, bro? You burnt bridges. You burnt bridges with Eddie Reynoso. He don't want to deal with you. Damn, bro, I'm a fan of you. I know you can fight. I know you nice, and you're probably the best out of a lot of conversations. Maybe the most accomplished in most conversations. But damn it, bro, if you don't start fighting people soon and fighting who can fight you, bro, I'm looking crazy out here in these YouTube streets, having to defend you and say that you didn't get enough money. You got offered $200,000 to fight Brian Norman. That's telling.
Right.
That's MFing telling. It's telling you guys. Don't you understand? He's still getting offered $200,000 to fight somebody, and he's this decorated fighter. What is it telling? It's telling you he's not what he thinks he is. He's not what he thinks he is, bro. Ain't nothing like a good reality check. You walk into a dealership with your car and you think your car's worth $25,000, and they tell you, I'll give you $3,000 for it. While you're crying on your way out the door saying you're getting robbed, you got no money in your pocket and a car you don't want to drive no more. Maybe you should let it go for $3,000 and put something down on something nicer. But there's no amount of talking you're going to do to make that car worth $30,000 just because you said it's worth $30,000. The reality is it's not worth $30,000 because it's only worth what somebody's willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
It is what it is, Clay. I mean,
that's the truth, bro.
Listen, as long as you got people out there that wear underwear with your face on it, they're gonna continue to support you. And wave your flag. You got a voice. Unfortunately, that voice don't carry over to the Hall of Fame.
All right, my bad. So maybe it wasn't Tio got offered the money. I thought that's what you were saying. But okay, on the same breath, did Brian Norman Jr. turn down $200,000? Oh, we one of those guys. We knew he wasn't going to take that money. All right, whatever. It is what it is, man.
I guess now Norman's a duck too.
All I want to know is who's Tio fighting next.
Damn. There you go. You got the answer. You know.
Who's Teofimo fighting next? What's his next fight? When's the day?
Steve Claggett.
Huh? That's what I want to know. Because while we doing all this talking and celebrating him, what's his next fight? What's his next fight? I can't wait to see it. How about that?
It's Jack Catterall, because Steve Claggett ain't available no more.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man.
And
you got me distracted cooking over T.O. right now for all this damn time. And there's other things to talk about for sure.
Right.
You got me sitting here going through it, man. So look, man. So look, man. Brian Norman Jr. has the options right now. And we'll see which direction he goes into. Great victory for Brian Norman Jr. I want to see him come back into to America. Can't wait for him to give a breakdown on everything that he's experienced in Japan and how he feels about it and what his next fight's going to be. I'm hoping that the right people are reaching out to him too as well. I think he makes a great fit as a Ring Magazine ambassador over there with Turkey. I think it's a great look for him. Puts him in a conversation of being in some great fights, even a Teofimo Lopez. Maybe Teofimo will go ahead and entertain fighting a Brian Norman Jr. now that Brian Norman Jr. has gotten all of this attention behind him. Maybe it's a big enough fight for Teofimo Lopez to get involved with. I think the Devin Haney fight is a beautiful fight for Brian Norman Jr. Hopefully that really is. I think that puts him in the hot seat a little bit. It puts Bill Haney in the hot seat a little bit, not a lot, but in the hot seat as far as until a contract is sent over, until that fight is coordinated, people ain't going to hear nothing. All they're going to want to hear about is how is that process going on between the negotiation between you and Devin Haney. So you talked about it, I think yesterday. Bill Haney and Brian Norman Jr. had a conversation on The Voice on Ness's channel, and from what I understand, there should be a fight getting ready to be in negotiations between these guys on the back end of his victory.
I seen this coming a long time ago. Like I said, when we seen Devin was making this announcement for his next fight, it had to be Ramirez. We seen on the big screen, we watched Brian Norman looking at the Loma and Devin fight very carefully, slowing it down and rewinding it while he was in his own training session. Right. Just that being said, there was already things in the works. It definitely was something in the works behind the scenes. I had a feeling of that. Not saying that there's a guarantee of that, but I had a feeling that there was something in the works amongst them because they never mentioned each other, believe it or not. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Usually when a fighter doesn't mention someone else, you know what I mean? Like think about the respect that they have for each other, the fathers, right? Bill Haney and Brian Norman Sr. getting in arguments and debates and fisticuffs with every single person in the freaking business if they disrespect their kids or say something crazy. And them dudes got up there with all the respect for each other and held it down for each other, respectfully saying, listen, we're going to make it happen and this, and that, and the third. And now where are we at? We are at the brinks of a fight happening, super fight happening. A young up-and-coming star against a guy who already made his marbles, and people are questioning if he still got it, right? Mm-hmm. So it's definitely a good atmosphere for Brian Norman. I mean, he wants that payday. He wants his name on there. There it goes. In my opinion, my humble opinion, I think it's a great fight. But I think Devin should go get some type of strap to make it more worth it. You know what I mean? Make the value of the fight go up. Champion versus champion, unification. He is number 1 in the WBC. He is, I think, number 2 in the IBF or something. Hold on. Look right now. WBA, which is Brian Norman. He's ranked number 1 in WBC and not ranked in the other 2. So there you go. So he's number 2. He's right there. Does he fight Rolando Ramirez? It is what it is. Get that unification, get that regular title. That puts him right there also. You know what I mean? You can unify the belt, the division. For also one other thing. But Brian, yeah, I'm not bad. Thank you. He is a WB. Thank you for the correction. WBO, yeah. Yes, but
you talking about Devin?
No, Brian Norman. But yeah. So but Devin's number 2 in the WBA. That's what I was saying. Thank you.
Yeah, number 2, number 1 in the WBC, and on top of that, with Jaron Ennis getting ready to leave the division, Rolly has some decisions to make. Because I'll tell you right now, Shakram Giasov waiting on Rolly Romero to play around and fall into his web. Mm-hmm. Shakram gonna beat the dog-ish out that boy Rolly. I know it in my heart. He gonna beat him worse than Isak beat him. I'm gonna tell you right now, he gonna beat him worse than Isak beat him. So if he's smart, he better look at that Devin Haney fight as a realistic fight. That's a big money fight for him. And an opportunity for him to get some more of that turkey money. He goes ahead and fights Giasov. He's gonna get low money, low payday. The PBC is gonna host that fight, give him a $1.5-2 million guarantee with promises to pay him on the back end, and he ain't gonna make nothing. He's gonna miss out on his payday the same way he did when he fought Isak Cruz instead of fighting Ryan Garcia. So at the end of the day, he needs to make sure that his decision is made, or he can go ahead and rematch Ryan Garcia. That's always there for him as well.
Right. You know what? In all due respect, we don't know what's going to happen, Sonny. It may not. It may come. It may not come into fruition. We don't know. They spoke on it. The problem I think guys have, and this is what a lot of fighters, it's not just Devin. I'm just saying generally, and the fighters that could be potential opponents of these fighters or superstar fighters coming out of the woodworks, right? Like a Brian Norman. I think we live in a moment, guys. And I told Clay knows I said this about a year and a half ago. I said we always give credit to the fighters and take credit away for the fighters for their last fights. We live in their last fights. We don't live through their careers. We don't live through their accomplishments. We don't live through none of that. We take that last fight, and that's it. That's who this guy is. We don't care about this guy getting knocked down. We don't care about this happening with this fighter. We don't care about the result to that fighter, or it was a bloody war with this fighter who wasn't even on this guy's level. We don't even care about that. Only thing we care about is just making a point that makes no sense. We just say, oh, well, he knocked this guy out. Honestly, Clay, do you think Jen Sasaki belonged in the ring last night with Brian Norman? Let's be honest.
No, Jen Sasaki didn't do it. He's not elite welterweight. That was just an opportunity. Yeah,
I know. But did he belong in the ring? Yes or no?
I mean, he belonged in the ring. He's a fighter. He's a welterweight fighter. He's also
that's not what I'm asking. I'm just saying, in the sense of, you know what I'm getting at. In the sense of what you saw, Did he look like he was way out at his league?
He should not out of his league. He was
right.
Definitely
right.
Yeah.
So, of course, if you see a Brian Norman in a fight like that, it looks gorgeous. It looks amazing. It looks, this guy's unstoppable. That's how fights are built. That's how you build these fighters up. You put them in the ring. Andy Cruz, did he not look like he was the best 135-pound fighter? You know what I mean? Like, this is what happens. You put him in there with a robot, these things happen. I'm not telling you Devin goes in there and stops Brian Norman or beats Brian Norman. I am not saying that. I'm not saying he beats Teo or stops Teo. I'm not saying any of those things. I never said those things. That's what I'm saying. What we're always saying is we want to see the best fight the best. And now we're taking the accolades automatically away, and there we go. You know what I mean? Oh, well, Ray, you're such a Devin supporter or Devin fanboy, this and that. No, that's not the case. The case is, I'm just saying I want to see all these guys fight. All of them. I don't care who it is. I still want to see Shakur and Dad fight. I want to see Tank and Dad fight. I want to see Tank and Shakur fight. All of them. Some things we know less than the boxers know. Let's just put it that way. Because they're in the business. They're out there telling people, right? They're out there telling people 100% of the time, I'll fight this guy. Why would they tell you they fight somebody that you believe is the most threatening person on earth? Because they know these people. They've been in the ring with them. They shared sparring sessions with them. They know each other. They all know each other. And the fact is, we only live by the reality of the excitement of 8-ounce gloves and under the lights. These guys wouldn't take these challenges and the acceptance of these opportunities if they didn't believe they can do something that we don't believe they can. Let's be honest.
So what are we talking about right now? I'm just saying, are we talking about Devin fighting Norman? Or
Brian Norman, yes. Nobody gave Ryan Garcia a chance to knock Devin down. They said he got to watch the left foot. Well, Devin going to dance circles around him.
No, everybody. Okay.
No. I didn't say they didn't believe he couldn't get knocked down. I said nobody expected that to happen. Right. That was a shocker.
Well, I mean, you said you wanted to see him get knocked down.
I said I wanted to see him tested. Yes, I did. Right. I said I want to see how he responds with adversity, and I do that to every fighter. How many times I said that about Tank? I want to see Tank.
I'm saying at the end of the day, we know that Ryan Garcia had the ability, and
he didn't
bring nothing to the ring. He brought a very quick, one of the fastest left hooks in the game, and we know that if Devin Haney got that chin tested, there was a good chance he's going to get sat in his pockets. I think you even called for it to happen, as far as you said you think it's going to happen in this fight.
And I said I want to get up and see his adversity. I thought he showed a lot of adversity. He kept getting up. Every other person that Ryan knocked down laid out and wouldn't get up. I mean, did he have some help from the ref? I believe so. I think there was a little bit long of a count there on the first one. I'm not going to lie to you. So much of me being a super fan and all that, it is what it is. I'm going to call it as it is. A spade's a spade. But what I'm telling you is, when you're in the top 4, top 5 of the class, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Exactly. When you're there in the top half of that class, you're supposed to be fighting the guy that has the championship. You're supposed to want that fight. And when you're the fighter that has more accomplishments and you're moving up in weight, you're supposed to be that guy. You're supposed to be like, I want that guy because I want to fight him because he has a lot riding on it. My name goes up. My accolades go up if I beat him. So it is a fight that should happen, regardless if we think he's going to lose or not. You know what I mean? I mean, everybody prays to see Devin lose. You know what I mean? They want to see him lose, as opposed to say, I want to see a good fight. That's all I'm getting at. I'm not telling you he's going to win or lose or whatever the case may be. I'm not even rooting for him. If he takes the fight, that's a good fight. Namesake. You know what I mean? For the lights. It's a good fight.
Yeah. Salute Adult Choice in the building with the $2. Says top 4 in any 3 weight classes, man. Salute to you. Thank you for the color and the support in the chat, man. Thank you, family. Yeah, man. Great fight. I don't care. I love it. If people think he's gonna lose that fight, that's what's up. That's what makes great fights. You know what I'm saying? Right. There's people who think he can win. There's people who think he can lose. There's some people who think all types of things, right? So more importantly, put them in the ring with each other. Right. It's a great fight for both of those guys. It's a great fight for Brian Norman if he wins. And it's a great fight for Devin Haney if he wins. And it's a great fight for boxing, man. So, the boxes are checked as far as the ingredients you need for a great fighter. You got a puncher who comes forward, who has a decent boxing IQ in Brian Norman, and you have a boxer with a high IQ who moves around very well inside the ring and has shown outside of that Jose Ramirez fight that he can deal with, that he can punch and not run, that he can move, and that he can engage and stay out the distance and stay on that jab. And we've seen Brian Norman deal with boxers and face adversity. The biggest challenges he's had in his career is dealing with the boxers. So It's a great fight. It's a great fight, man. Hold it down for a second, man. I'm gonna go run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coffee running through the kid, and when I get back, we'll throw the link up. Invite people in the building to come up here and build. And, wrap it up. I've been on live pretty much since 4 o'clock this morning. Took a little break. I'm back at it. So. One moment. Go ahead. Do your thing, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I mean, we got a lot of fights coming up in more time. Respectfully, I would like to see talk about the Zepeda and Shakur fight. I like the fact that Shakur is stepping to the table and saying, I'll take the 18-foot ring. I ain't running. I ain't no runner. And I know this guy's a high volume puncher, and he can come forward all he wants. He can throw all them jabs he wants, and I'm gonna hit him all between those punches. I like Shakur's energy. Matter of fact, they're going to be having a press conference soon, and when that happens, listen, man, it's going to be fireworks. We're going to see what it's really about. We're going to see the fear or the questioning and the person's eyes standing across from each other if they believe they got it or not. Shakur had more than enough time for his hands to heal up properly. I think he rushed himself back in that last fight. I don't think his hands were totally healed. I think he started sparring, like, from what I understand, or hitting the bag and started hitting the heavy bag way before his time. Because he felt good, not cleared by the doctors. So, maybe he has some more time to heal. It's been some time now. So, we'll get to see what kind of fight that is. And listen, man, if he stops Zepeda, all questions are answered, right? That's the way I look at it. That's what it comes down to. Because I want to see this is another one of those matchups, right? We got a puncher versus a boxer, and we're gonna see what happens. I mean, it's two clashing styles. It's two different things. That's no. What do you mean no? Why not? Why we don't have a puncher versus a boxer? Because Zepeda's a high volume puncher. All right, whatever. When Clay dropped the link, yeah, we can definitely build on that one. But yeah, man, Shakur is definitely somebody that everybody's looking forward to in this fight. I think his name should be on the billboard as the #1 event because I think people want to see him tested, and that's why people are tuning in. They want to see every other fighter. They want to see the upsets, or they want to see the guy tested as that guy who we thought he was, and that's what it comes down to. As far as Zepeda goes, Zepeda has a really good chance if he gets in there and he can slow Shakur's mobility down and movement. He has a really good chance of picking Shakur off. So it's a really good fight. It's something that I think we need to pay attention to, and I can't wait till we start building on that in a couple of weeks because that's going to be the one right there. That's definitely going to be the one. I can't wait for that one. What else is going on in boxing? Oh, you got it. You back. You ready?
Yeah, man.
Ready. Slide your chair up.
Garbage cans.
Wave again. Pop lock it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, as far as Williams, I do want to talk about that card as well. The Williams Zepeda and Shakur Stevenson card in general, man. I think this fight's on there we're not talking about enough. Like, I think that fight that David Morrell has is potentially the fight of the night contender. I think that fight's gonna be crazy for the first time. I think even when David Morrell fought against David Benavidez, he was still the predator to me in that fight, right? Like, even though David Benavidez was dangerous, David Morrell still seemed to be the one who you just felt like David Benavidez was in imminent danger in that fight. Yeah. And that as soon as David Morrell was able to get the rhythm or whatever he needed to do, that, David Benavidez was going to get hit harder than he's ever been hit and face the hardest challenge he ever fought. This is the first fight where I'm going into it and I'm looking at David Morrell as the slick boxer, and I'm looking at this guy who's fighting. What's his name again? Oh, hold on a second. I'm in Kativ or something like that. Kadiev or something like that. Kadiev. It is upcoming fights. No, hold on a second here. What's his name?
Imam Kadiev.
No, hold on. Maybe that is what it is. But I'm trying to find it.
Sorry, I'm looking at it.
Why the hell am I not seeing it? Why are you not showing me who's on this undercard, bro?
It's right there in the chat. Imam Kadiev. No, it's Imam. I think it's M-A-M. But yeah, Kadiev.
Put me in a position where I can't see the card, bro. Show me the card. Damn, bro.
You gotta click event. Click event.
Do that. If I hit, oh yeah, that's what I need. I need to go to Box Rec. But Ring Magazine, improve on that, bro. If you're gonna put the fight up there and the flyer up there, put up the damn card, bro.
There's some way to do it on their page too. I figured it out the other day and I dropped the ball, so I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, just come on, man. You know what I'm saying? David. Let's see here. Is this it? Yeah, Imam Kadiev. This fighter coming in the ring at 10 wins, 9 knockouts. He's coming from out of Australia. This guy, I mean, but he's actually a Russian, so you know that Eastern European boxing style. This guy right here, I think, is a legitimate threat to David Morrell. I think he is the predator in this fight with David Morrell. He's the dangerous one. He's going to be walking down David Morrell, and he's going to be bringing in that Eastern European sound, fundamentally, defensively sound boxing style. And I think this fight is going to be this is a big gamble for David Morrell. You know, coming off of a loss with David Benavidez, this is almost a all-in type of move by David Morrell and his team. You know, they basically taking whatever they got left. They've been at their tables. They've been playing good. Everybody was like, all right, this guy's doing well. He got in front of a David Benavidez, got his bank ruptured a little bit, but he got a little bit of money left right now. And what he's done is he's gone ahead and said, I'm betting and I'm going all in on this one. This is not a build-up fight. This is a resurrection fight. If David Benavidez defeats this guy, David Benavidez jumps directly. If David Morrell defeats this guy, David Morrell immediately jumps back into the conversation of the who's who at 175. He jumps right back in that conversation immediately. On the back end of a victory like this, David Morrell can start to look for Anthony Yardy, Joshua Buatsi. He can look at, you know, trying to find his way back to a David Benavidez. He can look at title shots, interim title shots. He can look at a lot of opportunities on the back end of winning this fight. The matchup is going to be crazy. I think that's going to be one of the big fights on that card. I can't wait to watch that fight. And obviously, we know how much is running on the back end of a Subriel Matias and Alberto Puello fight as well. You know what I mean? That's another huge fight for that card, man. It really is. You know, so I'm looking forward to see all these fights. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen Edgar Berlanga doing great things in the gym, man. He's really locked in, man. And I know, you know, I've made fun of Edgar Berlanga to a point, to a degree, because he started to give us a Teofimo Lopez energy a little bit, just, you know, talking a lot more than fighting. But as of late, in understanding what's in front of him, I think we've got a motivated Edgar Berlanga. He understands that he no longer has Eddie Hearn to blame or put the pressure on to give him the biggest fights. Keith O'Connelly is going to be there to facilitate that as long as Edgar Berlanga continues to bolster the brand. And working with Turki Al-Sheikh, he's not going to get any more easy fights. This is probably going to be one of the easiest fights he's going to get on this next chapter of his career. Is going to be Hamza Shiraz. And Hamza Shiraz, no pun intended, is a tall order, right? This guy is bringing a pedigree that a lot of people are sleeping on based off of a bad performance against Carlos Adames. But what is the reality? The reality is that before he fought Carlos Adames, we know Hamza Shiraz was absolutely the goods. We thought he was the best 160-pounder in the division. We wanted to see him fight against Janibek. And even at 168, him going up in weight, we understand that this is a weight class where he probably was going to be at. No excuses for Hamza Shiraz, but like a wise man once said, there's a difference between an excuse and a reason. And although there is no excuse, and I accept the fact that he went ahead and lost that fight against Carlos Adames or was gifted a draw, the reality is that the caliber of fighter he is, People have been saying that they want to see him at 168 and that he was cutting too much weight and looking skinny and depleted fighting at 160. At 168, he's going to be a more confident fighter, and he still brings that pedigree. And I don't know that Edgar Berlanga has ever been in the ring with a Hamza Shiraz. Maybe he has, right? Canelo Alvarez is not a Hamza Shiraz. Not to say that Hamza Shiraz is better than Canelo Alvarez, but just to say this is a different animal. This is a stiff jab, a hard right hand, fundamentally sound, knows how to control the distance, loves a fighter who's going to come forward and apply that pressure. He can stop a fighter like that. He can walk you into shots. Now, Edgar Berlanga at the same time is a great boxer. I think underrated boxer at times. Sometimes he gets looked at like he's just some sort of puncher because he had so many knockouts early in his career. But the reality is that he's a good boxer. But will Edgar Berlanga be able to dial in and mentally lock in and stay poised and keep some sort of stoicism in this fight and be patient to fight Hamza Shiraz? Because even in the Canelo Alvarez fight, he got emotional. That's why he got clipped at, right? He got a little too vested into trading and doing a bunch of stuff and talking crap to Canelo Alvarez. He ended up getting sat in his pockets. We've seen him react, hit people with low blows, bite people, do things that are unethical inside the ring when he gets frustrated and he runs into a conundrum. I think Hamza Shiraz checks the boxes on a conundrum when it comes to for Edgar Berlanga to figure out. And if Hamza Shiraz can not only hurt Edgar Berlanga, but also turn this fight into a very cerebral fight with Edgar Berlanga, that might be Edgar Berlanga's weak point. The cerebral aspect of the game, Edgar Berlanga hasn't dealt well with that. From my perspective on seeing what he's done in his career, he doesn't like the cerebral part of boxing. He gets frustrated. When Canelo Alvarez hurt him and sat him on his pockets, he fought differently for the rest of that fight. He didn't let his hands go. He didn't push it to Canelo Alvarez. So there's an argument to say that if Hamza Shiraz really frustrates Edgar Berlanga and makes it to where Edgar Berlanga can't implement his game plan that he's been working on this whole entire camp, if Edgar Berlanga doesn't have the wrinkles in his game to adjust, fight differently, and adjust to the version of Hamza Shiraz that shows up, and when Hamza Shiraz starts to adjust, we also got to look at the fact that Andy Lee is in the corner of Hamza Shiraz. So trust me when I tell you guys, Hamza Shiraz will have different game plans. He will have a B, a C, a D. He will have different game plans. He will adjust. He will change up the tempo. He will do different things as Andy Lee sees fit, as he sees things happening in the fight. Andy Lee will have Hamza Shiraz well-oiled and well-trained oil machine to go ahead and adjust in those situations. So there'll be points in this fight also for Hamza Shiraz where Hamza will get in trouble, where he can get hurt. We're going to see if he can adjust. But I give a lot more precedence and put a lot more weight on Hamza Shiraz's ability to adjust in complicated situations than I do to Edgar Berlanga. Where do you sit on that topic as far as the ability to adjust? Do you think Edgar Berlanga has that wrinkle in his game?
I mean, you're going to have to learn it, right? I mean, Edgar Berlanga is like, it's like a spoiled child, to say the least. No disrespect to the man, but he's a guy that likes to be a bully, be the guy that's the best, celebrate himself, almost as a spoiled child would. Don't care, taking their ball home. You can't play with it if you're not playing right or fair. But like you just said, you know what I mean? When he meets somebody that has their own ball that they can play with, they don't need we don't need your shit. We got our own. Come over here, y'all. We can shoot on my court. Now he's bitter. He shows lack of control, and then he becomes somebody else. I think Shiraz has a very good ability to overcome the obstacles and things of that nature, follow instructions, things like that, as opposed to Berlanga. I think Berlanga's always been a guy that's just hot-headed. He got the fight that he wanted with Canelo. He fought for that fight to show and prove to the world that he's the best fighter, which, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, I thought he had a really good opportunity to stop Canelo. I thought he really did. And to come to find out that he literally was playing not get hit. He felt a couple of those body shots, man. It was like, yo, I can't do this. I'm gonna try to beat him on the outside. When he found out he couldn't beat him on the outside, this dude kept walking through everything. And as hard as he hits, he started questioning himself. So I think for him to overcome and switch up game plans and things of that nature, I think it's more lackluster, like you just mentioned, for him than we see with Hamza. I think Hamza also can get into trouble. I think his last fight, he did show some lack of that as well. And his coach telling him to step up and things like that for 4 or 5 rounds, because he kept doing the same thing in the middle of the square circle. But I think, to Hamza's point, which he's probably using as his catalyst right now and saying that this is my reason why, I was weight drained. I shouldn't have been in that division. I should have moved out of there. I was just trying to gain a championship so I have something to stand on. Regardless of what he felt or what he thought or whatever he says, he didn't give us the performance we expected. He was in there with a better fighter, which is not the same fighter that we would see with a Berlanga. But can Berlanga be that fighter? Absolutely. I think he's athletic enough to be the same fighter that what's the name was. Don't tell me. I got it. Now I gotta look it up. Adamas was. Thank you. He has the same ability. Adamas is just a quick snatch. You know what I mean? Snatch your face with a jab, move out. You know what I mean? Hook you with the body, move out, and get off the line. Quick fighter. Berlanga doesn't move off the line, and that's going to be his downfall. I think in this fight. Him being able to hit Shiraz, no problem. Him getting off the line after he hits him is going to be the problem. And I think that's where you'll see Shiraz take the upper hand in that fight. And we're going to see the adversity and what Berlanga can do to counter that. And that's where it's going to come down to him listening to his corner, or like you said, going to the dirty tactics and just, you know what I mean, showing frustration or putting his hands in his pocket, to say the least.
Yeah. First decent opponent, Edgar is fighting since Canelo. Yeah, 100%. I think outside of Canelo, yeah, this is the best fighter he's ever gotten in the ring with. So, yep. You know, Edgar is gonna talk that talk, and he's been doing that. He's been talking that talk and selling this fight. But I definitely don't believe it's affected Hamza Shiraz not one bit. When you have that type of poise and that type of confidence about yourself and that type of civility about yourself, if anything, I think it's fueling Hamza Shiraz. In Hamza Shiraz's mind, I think he's processing it as Edgar's scared of me. That's why he's talking like that. We all know about the fake tough guy. We all know about the fake tough guy in the yard that be talking tough and talking crazy and wilding and trying to be loud and trying to dissuade you from getting into it with him. You know why? Because he don't want you to get into it with him.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Hold on 1 second. Hold it down 1 second.
Yeah, absolutely. So everything you just said is 100%. You know what I mean? That's what the bully tactic is. We're going to go in here and be the loudest person in the room and make you wonder. You mean Eddie Murphy did it best. You know what I mean? In Beverly Hills Cop, right? Walked up in there screaming loudly, yo, da-da-da-da-da-da, right? But what happened? Oh, shut him up, right? And then when dude laid him out, I mean, he had to fight, but it didn't work. So
shout out. We got 61 people in the building. If you didn't do it yet, you know, take a moment, go ahead and hit that like button, man. Thank you guys in advance. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, man, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. Appreciate you.
Yeah, so I think when we see this fight, man, I think we're going to see if Edgar catches him, you know what I mean, with something good, it's over. I'll give Edgar the puncher's chance. But the boxing of the fight, if Shiraz is able to box Edgar and control the ring, it's over.
Yeah,
which I think is going to happen. I think he has a reach advantage and everything. I think it's going to be over. I think it's going to be a very uncomfortable situation for Edgar Berlanga. And like I said, if he can catch him, you know what I mean, once you put that guy in his back foot and you make him feel some power, it may be a different fight from there. But I don't see it happening. I think it's over. I think him being overconfident in a lot of ways is the biggest downfall he has in his career, especially with the square circle. I think his overconfidence, it overshadows his ability to box.
Salute to everybody in the building, man. There is the link if you want to come up and tap into this Brian Norman victory and the future of 147, or tap into any of the topics we talked about earlier today, even Teofimo and the future as far as like Devin, Haney, Ryan, you know, just what could possibly manifest out there. Feel free to hit the link, man. It is what it is, man. Salute to my guy. On the road, keeping the wheels turning. Anton Ziegler in the building. Anton, what's good, man? How you doing, family?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man? Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, family. Hope everything is good, man. Did you get a chance to catch the melee this morning?
No, I didn't watch the fight live, but I rewatched it. It was like some Japanese content creator put the video out, but it was actually in English though. So yeah, I watched it. Brian Norman did a good job, man. I like how he worked the jab a little bit. He landed his power shots when he needed to land his power shots. Jin, like I've been said, he knew Jin Sasaki was going to be in front of him all night, and he capitalized off that. Hurt him multiple times. He hit him with some big shots. Now Jin did land some shots and stuff like that once in the blue moon, but he got dismantled. Like Ray said, he didn't belong in the ring with that dude. He got his ass whipped. Like it was bad. But I do think like when certain performances like that happen, that would be the only reason for me why I don't think we would get probably the Devin Haney fight next. Ain't nobody really trying to fight nobody that just had a massive KO like that. That's you know what I mean? Some people gonna be let's see him at this next fight. We might go after that, but you know,
respectfully.
Yeah, just off of that part, not no ducking or Devin scared, but ain't too many people be out here calling people out off knockouts. That ain't really the case in boxing. But you build on a lot of things today, so you know you can kind of go through, refresh, bring up some more topics. But I definitely wanted to get that out, and I wanted to say, we spent way too much time talking about Teofimo Lopez.
I was having fun, man.
Oh, it's coming up now. But
I've been here since 11 on the dot, and we spent a lot of time. But that dude is a racist POS, man. We know he got the skills that he could do what he could do in the ring, but I don't respect that dude, man. He's the clown.
Hello, but
what's up, everybody? Everybody else on the panel.
As the official president of the Teofimo fan club, Tio wants to say thank you for spending an hour on talking on Teofimo Lopez on the greatest day of the Brian Norman Jr. fight with the killer of the year. Tio says thank you for talking about him for a whole hour. He appreciates it.
No problem, man. Anytime, Tio. Anytime.
Antoine,
salute everybody, man. Much love, everybody.
Now, what I wanted to say is I appreciate what you said because, I think a lot of people, fans in boxing, we get caught up in the moment, and I think the moment is what surprises. I agree with you. I think Devin should look to pursue a title or some type of interim title to make the fight more worthy, because then it becomes a bigger fight. In my opinion, doesn't mean that if they get the fight, I'm all for it. You know, I don't really care either way. But I think the fight just builds up a little bit more, especially after this knockout. You know what I mean? And both of them getting another fight in kind of helps and solidifies that too. So I agree with you. But to see that man get pulled out on the stretcher, bro, I ain't gonna lie. When he hit him and I seen his eye just close, I was like, yo, you ever
that
see
joint was flush too.
Listen, the old Kung Fu movies when they die out of nowhere and it's fake. That's what I was waiting for him to go. Ugh. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what's kind of funny watching the referee start the 10 count. I'm like, bro, if you don't wait, bro.
He was straight up. I saw that. I was like, what the hell? He's kind of back there, bro. Like, what is he doing?
Bro, he went to started with the 1-2. I'm like, brother, this man's life is in your hands. He needs immediate health care right now.
He's still giving him instructions.
Life away, bro. He's fading the black on you right now in the shadow realm, bro.
Bringing in the stretchers, bro. They start bringing in the stretchers before the ref even got to 8, and then he stopped it. Oh, my bad.
Oh, they slid that stretcher under the rope so quick. The ref looked back and was like, "Oh, we stopped it."
My bad. My bad.
He was like, "All right, bro, we stopping it." They were like,
he was hoping he was going to do a Tyson Fury. You know what I mean? And get up. He was hoping he was going to do a Tyson Fury.
That was Japanese politics right there. Like, come on, champ. We're trying to help you out. Come on, champ. He's like, ain't no come on, bro.
And then he knew he wasn't getting up before the ref did.
That man was at the
That
crossroads.
shit was
That man was definitely at the
laid out
crossroads, bro.
flat,
He was
man.
making decisions.
100%.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah,
able to
sure.
catch the fight live. I had an early morning meeting that popped up for me, so I couldn't take care of that. But I did watch it. I had to stay off social media, and I watched it, and kind of like I suspected, right off the bat, you could see that Ryan Norman Jr. took advantage of Saki's inexperience with the open stance.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But like I said, this kid is a warrior. He don't quit. He ain't gonna quit. And what he did, he went into what he was supposed to do from the beginning with the high guard. And once he got into the high guard, and Brian Norman started to play that high guard shit toe to toe with him, Brian was getting touched up.
Yeah, he almost.
And then he's like,
Yeah,
okay, hold on.
yeah.
He paused. He got his composure. He set him up. He got his distance the way he was supposed to, and his pedigree of boxing took over. And that was a beautiful setup. But that was a beautiful setup for that damn hook. And so, hey, man, all you can say is kudos to the Norman Juniors. They did exactly what and above and beyond to me. The growth, I saw the growth in this young man. There was another level of growth. He was not ready for no damn boots back last year. He is maybe today, at least a higher percentage of ready for him, right? If they wanted to do that fight, but not last year when he coming off that Boca Chica or something. No, he was not ready for all that shit. But now the kid brought beautiful boxing. Sasaki did it. You know, I think these Japanese fighters they're so confident in their own aura that they get a little. That kid got reckless at the beginning. Let's just call it as it is. He was reckless.
I didn't see
but good for Norman Jr. I think at this point for Norman Jr. is I'm gonna challenge Senior. I don't think they need an offensive coach, but they do need a defensive somebody to help him be better, sound defensively, because he cannot keep letting himself being open the way he was, taking shots like from this kid is not really a pedigree boxer. He just got he's young, he's strong, but I don't think he definitely doesn't have the boxing skills. But if this kid was able to tag him, what could have Boots done maybe or if we've been talking about Teo for an hour, Teo is going to expose that too. You know what I mean? He's going to get caught, and so I think he could do a better job defensively. But overall, composure, he set him up. It was just beautiful to watch what this kid did, man. And the way he conducted himself immediately after and to the crowd over there, man, you can only be proud for them, man. And kudos to Senior. Because he's raised a fine young man.
Yeah, man, they're doing a good job, man, and I really liked how Norman Jr. carried himself in Japan. I think he represented American boxing the way I want to see our boxing represented: professional, respectful, stoic, confident. And I think he gained a lot of respect from the international community as far as representation in the welterweight division, and that was a good look for him. Shout out to J Pitt City with the $5 high in the building. Says when Boots drops the belts officially, in parentheses, because he still has them, Rolly, the current WBA, will be the current WBA champion, will most likely be elevated. Devin should fight Rolly. I think all those are legitimate options. I think they're all legitimate options for, my God, Ryan Frazier in the building, man. Blessings.
What's good, man? What's going on, Clay? What's going on, Ray? Salute to the panel, man. We in the building.
No doubt,
I know
man.
what it is.
Live from the 6.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. My God, bro. But yeah, man, I think as far as Devin Haney and Rolly Romero, I think, what's funny to me is that as things are developing, and you got to give Bill his flowers, man, because he's always working for his son, man. It looks crazy at times, but there is a method to the madness, you know what I'm saying, that you got to respect, because here we are, Devin Haney, a month ago, really in the crosshairs of the whole entire boxing space for being one, this runner, and his his career is over. But where are we today? We're at Devin Haney potentially negotiating, fighting against a fighter like Brian Norman Jr. We're in there, Rolly Romero an opportunity may have opened up if Rolly Romero doesn't do the rematch with Ryan Garcia. That Devin Haney fight is a legitimate fight for Rolly Romero, who's money driven. I don't care what he says about his legacy. He don't fight for money. BS, bro. If he gets a chance to fight for the bag, that's what he's going to do. And I'm telling you right now, that's what the PBC will do. So even if Rolly doesn't see it, the PBC likes money, so they'll put that fight together with Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, what a position that Devin Haney is also in right now, off the strength of the pieces around him being moved, and Bill Haney having the foresight to get his son in the conversations, even though there's imminent danger in the Brian Norman. There's a lot of danger in the Brian Norman fight.
It's media position, but it ain't business position. He ain't in zero business position. This is just media hype. This is all media hype, and everybody's brought up like Bill. I know that. We all know that.
If the fight happens between him and Brian Norman or Rolly Romero, and Turki Al-Sheikh finances it and gets Devin Haney another big payday, it's business, bro. At the end of the day, I don't care how you look at it.
He ain't supporting Haney right now, man. They trying to get in his graces.
I'm being honest.
Why you think that?
Devin Haney's not even ranked with the WBO, so we could forget about that fight.
Okay, so what are we going to say? We're going to revisit this. What are we going to say when that fight gets put together? What are you going to say?
Like you act like sanctioning bodies play by the rules. They don't play by the rules. They make their own rules.
Turkey don't want to invest in no Haney.
Right.
All right.
Wow. You already invested, bro. What are you talking about?
Exactly. You already got it.
You're not invested, bro.
What do you mean, man? You already paid him.
Like a 304, man, begging for a fight.
That's
the way they're at.
You already invested. You already sent Tank that $20 million offer, bro. Like
Turkey
out here, he called your cards.
Offer, bro. That was all.
He called when you call cards, bro. He called cards.
Yeah. Yo, hold on. Let's get some organization. Like, get everybody get a We got enough people in here that we need to get some organization. I'm gonna let Adel get a chance to cook. Then we'll move over to Coach Eddie. Then we'll go over to Ryan Frazier, and then we'll let HLD get at it, and then we'll bring it full circle to my guy Anton Ziegler, and then obviously Ray Davis as well. Yo, shout out Adele. Assalamu alaikum, King. How you doing, family?
Hey man, walaikum assalam. Peace and blessings to everybody on the panel. I hope y'all enjoyed the fight. I did. I learned a lot from the perspective that we were talking about yesterday. We were all saying that, basically don't hook with a hooker. You know what I'm saying? That was the whole situation, right? And we saw Brian Norman be Brian Norman. You know what I mean? He's the best hooker in the game next to Ryan. You know,
he's there. He's up there.
I hate to say people's name I don't like, but I'm saying it right now. You know what I'm saying? I won't say his name again, I promise you. But he had that hook on deck, and what I thought it was going to be was the battle of the foot position, and that's what it looked like. It looked like Brian, he put all the weight on that front foot and just kept pivoting like a basketball player. I'm gonna put you in line with that right hand. So that left foot stayed in right by his heel, and he knew that was the good distance for him not to get hit and for him to be able to hit Kasaki. And that was real good. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like round one, those two knockdowns, that was the all equilibrium. You know what I'm saying? So now homeboy wasn't fighting on skills. He was fighting on heart after that because he took his feet away. And so therefore now he was kind of dancing drunk for a long time until about I think round three he really started getting it. He really started catching Norman with some upper ones and some crosses. And that's because we all kind of knew, even with Norman other fights, that once he throws, he keep his head on the line. As my coach always said, like, get your head off the line. Norman doesn't do nothing. He kind of like admires his work, and he watches hooks. You know what I'm saying? Even though they smooth and it has a lot of fluidity with it, the defense I think that you were talking about is that he don't get his head off the line. He admires his work. So I think that's part of just defense and him still appreciating how far he went. But that he can definitely work with I think HLD. That's going to be one thing that I can agree with you with, sir, that he need to get his defense a lot better and get that head off the line, because it looks as Clay say pedestrian when when you don't know how to get out the way after you punch. Like, it's a thing called, a combination coming back at you. You know the guy has another reflex just like you. So that was good. But the fifth round knockout, you can hear his dad tell him, man, get him out the way. We going home. Just stop doing this, because I think the dad even felt like you may be messing up the bag if you let this guy go past this round. And it's good showing all this sportsmanship. He was real composed and respecting the Japanese culture, but he had to get that guy out of the round. And I think he did it on the fifth round, and it was right with that step over left cross, I believe. And that was something new, because usually we don't see him move with any really hard punches. He really put his weight on the left foot, and he comes with crosses up and uppercuts. But when he stepped away and caught him, that was a new punch that I didn't really get to see him use in other fights. So I think that was something new they worked on. But the thing they need to start working on before they get to Boots and before they get to even Devin Haney is that you got to get your head off the cross, because Devin gonna stack up the stick game on you. It's gonna be ridiculous. So that's all I got to say. Sorry to take too much time to break it down.
Nah, brother, take your time, man. We appreciate it, man. Once again, man, always good contribution to the conversation, man. Thank you. Coach Eddie, how you doing, man? Your boy, listen, man, this is your time right now. This is your team went to the Super Bowl, and then listen, man, don't be shy, man. You know what I mean? Celebrate your boy, man. Atlanta's on the map, man. Holyfield, now you got Brian Norman Jr. And listen, he represented well for you guys. The hardcore boxing fan, the grown man, and any man could respect the way Brian Norman Sr. and Jr. carried themselves over and represented us in an international stage like that. Man, let me not take any of your time away from you and allow you to celebrate your guy, Brian Norman, man. Have at it.
Absolutely. Atlanta stood up this morning, represented well for an ambassador of the sport. We have Evander Holyfield, Vernon Forrest. I failed to mention another gentleman by the name of O'Neal Bell, who was an undisputed cruiserweight champion in the world also. He's from Atlanta. And now we have Brian Norman Jr. Represented very well. I was really shocked, to be honest, that Jen Psaki, to me, he fought such a brain-dead fight. It was crazy. I said, what are you doing? It was almost like a kamikaze. Like, man, this is crazy. And I hope this kid's all right. And as I was watching the fight, I was in fear for his life, literally. I mean, I'm not being funny. I was thinking about like another Dooku Kim type situation where, like, bro, this dude is sitting there taking shots and he's yelling at Brian Norman, like, come on, give me some more.
If you don't watch my live, I had a live fight party this morning. You seen how I was calling it? I was saying the same thing. I'm like, how long can he take this? This is ridiculous. This guy's not, you know what I mean? It was crazy. Go ahead, though. My bad.
Yeah, it's like it was inevitable. And then when he got hit like that, man, that kid's in the hospital right now, man. And he'll never be the same after that beating that he took and after that vicious knockout. His career, he's finished. And I can say that without a doubt. He is friggin' done, man. Because he got the crap beat out of him, and then he got decimated by that left hook. It sent him to the shadow realm. And he'll never be back. He'll never recover from that. He's finished. And his corner is like, I don't know what was going on over there, but hey, we had to get the job done. As far as Brian Norman Jr., the world is his oyster right now. See, one thing about him, he's not one of these guys who was shrinking himself down, killing himself to fight at 135 and just now moving up. Brian Norman is fighting where he needs to be at. This kid walks around about 160 pounds. He's dropping about 10 to 12 pounds. He's not ballooning up, 25 pounds in between fights. This kid is right where he needs to be at. He has all the makings that he can be a long-term champion at 147. And what I would do if I were him, I collect all the belts, become undisputed at 47, because he can do it. At that weight class, he can become undisputed at 147, because he basically gonna be fighting a whole bunch of guys who came up from 35 and 40, who, in my opinion, have nothing for him. Ryan Garcia has nothing for him. Shout out to Devin. Love Devin like a brother. He's a good guy, but I don't think he has nothing for him. I think Brian is too violent of an individual to beat, and he'll hunt you down. And he has facets to his game that y'all hadn't even seen yet. I seen him, but you hadn't even seen. This kid has a toolbox. And if I'm him, I collect all the belts at 147, and pray that Boots collects all the belts at 154. And then I do the Canelo Charlo thing, undisputed versus undisputed. We both make a lot of money because the kid's 20, early 20s. Boots is like late 20s. These guys are young, man. I think right now we just want everything to happen so quick, bang, 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 bang. But we got to remember how long did a lot of these super fights take to get made. Now we don't want to over-marinate them by no means, but I say within a year's time, 2 years time. I mean, it's only one weight division. 147 versus 154, undisputed versus undisputed. Let's make it happen. You know what I'm saying? You take care of business, I take care of business. It is what it is. I think he's a long reigning champion at 147. I mean, I'm looking at the landscape right now. I really don't see any threats to him, to be honest. I'm not just saying that because he's from Atlanta. I'm looking at Devin. I mean, Devin's a good competitive fight. I don't think Devin beats him. I really don't. Ryan Garcia, I don't think he beats him. I don't think Rolly beats him. I don't think Tio, I definitely don't think he beats him. These guys are too small. And then Brian is too violent of the individual for those guys to make it out of the ring with him. I don't see it. Now that he's a champion, his confidence is through the roof, man. Once you become a champion, like Teddy Atlas said, you become a champion, you become a better fighter. And I think he's a better fighter because he's got that strap around his waist, and he's on a high right now. He's on a tear right now. So if I'm him, I just keep picking up these paydays, these 1.5, $2 million, $3 million paydays. Keep knocking these guys off. Keep getting better and better. And every now and then I may get a super fight, a Devin Haney or something where I can make some decent money, and then wait for me and Boots. We on a collision course, undisputed versus undisputed. But that's my goals. I'm Brian Norman Jr. I'm trying to become an undisputed champion at 147. Collect all the belts, get all the hardware, and that's my mission right there.
No doubt, man. I love it, man. Great take as usual, Coach. Yeah, I agree with you. I said that a little earlier. He's a young welterweight, and he's not a big welterweight. He's just the right size welterweight. I can see him sitting there for next. I can see him sitting there collecting belts at least for the next 2 to 3 years easily. And like you said, an even bigger fight, an undisputed champion or a unified champion at a minimum, welterweight champion in Brian Norman Jr. leveraging those accolades at 154. We can actually see a way better super fight if we see Jaron Ennis do his job at 154 pounds. I love it. And I think patience is needed in a situation like this. This is a great fight, but I don't think Jaron Ennis is leaving a great fight in the background. I think that Jaron Ennis is getting his maybe his Errol Spence, or he's getting the other half of the best fight, and his biggest fight that could be made is showing up in a young fighter like Brian Norman Jr. And you give him time to develop himself. You get him later, it's going to be a way more dangerous fight, a way more experienced Brian Norman Jr. I love it, and I think Turkey Al-Sheikh would be smart and intelligent to get involved in this early and going ahead and giving Brian Norman Jr. a ring ambassador, title. Go ahead and bring him right up in there with Abdullah Mason and Shushu Carrington and Keyshawn Davis and get him in a 3-fight deal. Let's go ahead and finance and make it easy for him to get into these unified championship fights. Make it big paydays for the Mario Barrioses or the Manny Pacquiaos or the Rolly Romeros or whoever else is holding a title in that division to want to get in the ring with him. And let's see if we can go ahead and get an undisputed champion in the welterweight division and see if we can put the pressure on him to, after he's earned all those accolades, go to 154. And let's see if we can put the mega fight together. If we can't get Terrence Crawford and Jaron Boots Ennis, shoot, man, I'll take a Brian Norman Jr. and the Jaron Boots Ennis. Why not? Let's get it going, man. Great fight, man. Ryan Frazier from up north. What's good with you, family? How you living, man?
Back on the panel. Nah, man. I was working all night, so shoot, right as the fight started.
Did you watch it live? Man. Did you watch it live this morning?
No, I missed it, man. Something happened at like 7 o'clock. Went down. I had to go handle. I was like, damn, I missed the fight. But it is what it is, man. I caught the end of your live, so when the knockout happened. But shout out to Brian Norman Jr. going on the road, man. Going across seas is never easy, man. To acclimate to that, so he went on the road, defended his title. Jin Sasaki, I was more worried about the way his head hit the canvas, bro. Like, you heard that thud, man. I think like the knockout punch is one thing, but when your head hit the mat like that and bounce, bro, that's when you really get hurt. Like Coach Eddie said, he may not be the same, man. But he fought hard. He laid it all out on the line, and that's what we like to see. So shout out to Jim for that. But for Brian Norman Jr., I think you guys are thinking about boxing politics, missing that, bro. Like PBC has 2 of the belts or 1 of the belts over there. You know, they're probably gonna have 2 with Rolly being elevated. And you got to think they're gonna play keep away for a little bit. You know, like why is Mario Barrios fighting Pacquiao? Like, what's going on here? You know, Rolly, we ain't hearing him in any conversation. They just waiting on the email basically. And then the IBF is probably gonna go over to Eddie with Lewis Crocker and Patty Donovan. They're gonna fight again for the interim. Then they're gonna get elevated. So I think, man, Brian's got to look for the best available name, and that's probably between Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney right now. And you got to think maybe Devin Haney, but I think Teo. I think he should go for Teo. He's in the he has a WBO at 140. It'd be a good fight. You know, Teo sounds like he wants to get in there and fight. You know, he said Turkey shortchanged him. I ain't seen Turkey talk about that yet, so I gotta believe Teo right now. And Devin Haney, the thing with Brian Norman Jr., they just got to call his bluff at this point because Bill been on a media press over at TBV the last couple of weeks, man, talking about he wants Brian Norman Jr. So go call that bluff, man. Go call that bluff. Go see what them boys gonna do over there. Make us, the fans, call them ducks because, you know, if you don't call it, man, then we just gonna say Brian didn't try to negotiate, which is true. But it was look like the whole Eddie situation. They had a fight already lined up with Karen and still try to act like they had the Brian Norman fight on the table, man. Shout out to Rachel Donaire for coming up here and show us that. But I just think that at this point, if you're Norman Jr., you got to look for either your mandatory, maybe knock that off, see if the WBO can get you that so you don't have to worry about that in the upcoming fights, or just go ahead and fight Haney or Teo, man, because I think like that's a lucrative fight for you. That's going to make some money for you, put in your pocket, because these other champions and these belts are kind of held up. You know, we don't know what's going to go on if Pacquiao wins the belt. Like, if Pacquiao wins the belt from Barrios, bro, they're going to protect him. They try to make big money over there at PBC, you know, but Rolly too. We don't know what's going to go on with him either. Like, we don't know who's going to fight him when he gets elevated. So I just think at this point, the belts are in limbo. So go ahead and fight Haney or Teo. And yeah, they're both available for October. That's a Turkey Al-Sheikh card, probably good money for Brian. Get his name in the big spotlight, maybe potentially on the Crawford and Canelo undercard, man, or the Bivol and Arthur Beterbiev rematch. Both good cards. So we'll see what they could do. But being undisputed, man, I don't know, man. I think it's kind of a long shot at 147. Just like I said, boxing politics have let us down so many times, fellas. Let us so many down. So I think at this point, just take the money fight right now and then go think about a belt.
I agree with you, Ryan. Definitely take the money fight, but I do believe that money makes the world go round. I think you get somebody like Turkey Al-Sheikh in this conversation, you might be shocked at how open the PBC is to making money. Now, does Rolly Romero want to do it? Probably not. Does Mario Barrios want to do it? Probably not. But does the PBC interested in getting free money on fights that they don't have to pay for? Well, I'm looking at a pattern right now at the PBC. I'm looking at them sending sending Alberto Puello over to Ring Magazine to go fight Subriel Matias, knowing damn well that's a dangerous fight for Alberto Puello. A fight I think I don't know. It's a 50-50 fight for me, but it's a fight where Subriel Matias could very well walk away with that title, and I don't believe in an ideal situation that's what the PBC would have wanted to do. And if they were going to do it, they would have had it on their platform, right? And maybe even have Subriel Matias sign some sort of 1 to 2 fight deal with the PBC, but they're not doing that, right? They're allowing him to go over there on that Ring Magazine card and compete. You're watching David Morrell run over there again, fighting a very dangerous Imam. I can't say his last name, a Russian, who I think is a very dangerous fight for David Morrell. We're watching Gary Antoine Russell getting ready to go fight Andy Hirocha, which I favor Gary Antoine Russell in that fight. But once again, another example of the PBC being very open to crossing the streets and make these big fights happen that they don't want to.
That's a mandatory though, Clay. You can't run from that one.
It's a mandatory, but for me, and I agree, it's definitely a mandatory. It's not about him running, but the politics of the sport say that there was a good chance that they could have did a unification fight between Alberto Puello and Gary Antoine, and they didn't do it, right? Why didn't they do it? I think it's money. I think them paying out their pockets, how much Gary Antoine is worth and how much Alberto Puello, paying 2 champions to fight each other in unification is a big bill. And, you know, it's easier to go ahead and let him fight his mandatory, let Alberto Puello go fight Subriel Matias, and they can continue making money. I think it's not going to be shocking And we saw what happened between Rayo and Isak Cruz as well. So that they end up fighting on a Riyadh season card. So you get Turkey involved in a Brian Norman Jr. business, man, bro, money make the world go round, bro. And if we can make it profitable, I don't think it's far-fetched that we see the PBC be a little bit more open, not completely laid down, but just be a little bit more open to get some of their champions in the conversation. But I agree with you, though. It's going to be an uphill battle. The PBC doesn't make it easy. And I love that you bring that to the table as well, because at the same time, if that doesn't happen, then how long does Brian Norman stay in the welterweight division? I mean, he can chase down the opportunities of fighting Devin Haney, fighting Teofimo Lopez, and fighting big money. But if he gets in a Turkey conversation and they're not able to get him those unification title fights, maybe we might see him at 154 sooner rather than later. You know what I mean? If it all comes down to that, man, definitely.
You got a Conor Ben fight that could be made right there. That's an all-action affair right there.
100%. That's another big fight. There's some fights at 147 without a doubt to be made for Brian Norman.
Y'all think Conor Ben can make 47 though? I mean, he just fought at 60.
I think the money
Eddie wants to bring him back down to 147.
Yeah,
that's for sure. He does want to bring him back down. The one thing that Norman Jr. does have to his benefit is that he's young enough to weather the politic and storm to get to them belts at 147. You know, he could be there another 3, maybe 4 years, 24 he's 24 now, maybe until 28. He could push it to try to get all them belts, because we know there's a lot of politicking. And that in itself, especially with the PBC on that side, I don't see them wanting to relinquish that belt unless somebody's paying, turkey dollars for it. You know what I mean? So it may take some time, but there's a lot of good fights for the young man to establish a nice resume, if he is to become that great, to surpass Puss in Boots quickly.
Wow,
surpass him. So,
funny as hell.
Yeah, listen, man.
I'll tell you what I think you should fight, and I think you guys will agree when I get my turn.
Go ahead, Anton.
It's your turn now.
Well, yeah, it's your turn now because Anton spoke on this already.
Yeah.
It is. It's your turn right now.
All right, so let's talk about it. I think we're overlooking a guy who just is probably going to move up to the number 3 in the WBO right now, who's already fought in boots, not once but twice, and that's Karen Kyrgyzstan. That's a statement to make for Brian Norman, just to make a bag and to get a significant fight under his wings to separate or put himself in more conversation with a Jaron Boots Ennis. If he literally stops Karen Kyrgyzstan, we're going to have more people talking about it, and it's going to be bigger than life, because people like the triangle theory, even though it doesn't exist. But I think the fight for us to really see is a Karen Kyrgyzstan. I think that would be the fight to separate both, especially him being ranked back in the top 5 in the sanctioning bodies at the welterweight division. That is a good fight to have, especially while he's waiting for something else to develop. A stay busy fight, and it's a remarkable fight for all the fans, especially when you put the names together and you put all the naysayers in place when you say Boots this, Boots that, and how Karen made Boots look a certain way. If Karen can make any type of situation of a Brian Norman fight look similar, then is Brian who we say he is, right? Then we give him the same criticism that we gave Boots. But if Brian Norman stops Karen or makes it look easy, do we criticize Boots for allowing Karen to get off the fights that he had and the way he fought? That's what it comes down to.
I like it, man. I think I like it, bro. That's a common opponent. He hasn't been stopped yet. He's been defeated. Stopping him makes a statement and gives him that common opponent with Jaron Boots Ennis, without a doubt, man. Continues the conversation. And, I think what it comes down to, and a lot of us keep talking about the possibilities of this big fight happening with Jaron Boots Ennis and Brian Norman, maybe at 154 at some point. I think this might be every building blocks, right? It's going to take a year, 2-3 years of building this fight back up to revisit it again in 2-3 years and make it the fight that ultimately it can be. Bottom line is, man, Brian Norman is on the right move. He's on the right trajectory right now, bro. He needs guidance, and I think he's in the best place to get that guidance, bro. I'm being honest with you.
I think he's on trajectory.
Yeah, he's got that right combination. He's got great fighter developing with Top Rank, and then he's able to have access to being ambassador to Ring Magazine and get that financing from Turkey Al-Sheikh. I think that combination that makes like a real good team to be behind. And he has a real good I think Brian Norman Sr. is one of those good fathers in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like he does well with the development of his son. He doesn't go against him. He doesn't hold him back. He doesn't write checks that his son's ass can't cash. You know what I'm saying? He puts him in the right position to do great things. So you put the father as a piece on the board. You bring Top Rank and Bob Arum and those matchmakers in Top Rank on the board, and you bring the finances of a Turki Al-Sheikh, which is the missing piece right now, into the conversation. You got a machine now behind Brian Norman that can push him where he needs to be, man. It really is. It really is a lot of good possibilities.
But I don't really think that besides them having a common opponent like with Boots and Brian Norman, I don't really think that Karen does anything for Brian Norman's career. I think him now being a champion, coming off the Jin Sasaki fight, he should leverage that into bigger fights and try to get those guys in the Devin Haney's or the Teofimo Lopez. Like Ryan said, call Devin's bluff. Like I don't really feel like Karen would do anything. He would gain experience from that fight because we know Karen has a hard style to adjust to. And, Boots looked a little human in that fight, even though he arguably first fight beat him 12-0. People still criticize him. I mean, I don't know, but I just don't think that really does nothing for his career at this point. I think he should leverage being the champion and go get bigger fights and go get those paydays. And if he could become undisputed, then do that. But other than that, I'm not really a fan of that fight. Me personally.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. I do see Ray's point as far as a common opponent, but I'll tell you this, I agree with you. And I think that one thing about Brian Norman, him going over to Japan and fighting this time around, it showed that he has his own trajectory and his own legacy and his own thing going on. And we don't want him overindulging and getting caught up on this Jaron Boots Ennis saga, right? Like allow Jaron Boots Ennis to go do what he does at 154 and do what you got to do at 147 to continue to keep Jaron Boots Ennis in your crosshairs and in the bigger picture and guide your career as to trying to now fight his what people call in the boxing space leftovers in order to make a name for yourself, to justify and validate this fight between you and Jaron Boots Ennis might be a rabbit hole that you don't want to jump into. It can put you in a bad position that you are some sort of clout chaser in a way, trying to fight and earn the respect of a fighter who's not even in the same division as you. I agree more so with Anton on this. I see the logic of what Ray was saying, but at the same time, no offense, respectfully, big time Jaron Boots Ennis fan, but F Boots, right? Let's focus on our career here at 147. Let's go for the biggest fights, biggest money fights, biggest views, and let's go for the Devin Haney's. Let's go for the Teofimo Lopez's, and let's go for the unification in our own division. Let's not make decisions based off of what Boots has done, and then we're trying to move the same way.
It doesn't have to be based on Boots, though. It just has to be based on what's the opportunity in front of him. But to say that Karen is not a good fight, look, as much as a great, phenomenal performance by him today, great way of making a statement, I am not blind to see that this young man is still in developmental stages. Today was a new step forward to the direction that I want to see this young man headed to. So if he needs to get more experience, I love what Top Rank did. I know Norman Senior will tell you, we didn't. No. Top Rank said we don't want this fight now with Boots. You're not ready for that shit. Now you're starting to look ready. Now we're making that development for you to become that dog that you can take over. But right now, if whatever opportunity lines up for him is good. If it's a big payday with one of these, one of the other younger stars out there, yeah, great. If it's with Karen, great. Because guess what? He's only going to get better with these fights. So I don't have a problem. It's not an either or. It's whatever shows up to be good at the moment. And if it's whatever these fights are coming up, then let it be. Is it Roca that is number one? I think you guys said earlier that's mandatory maybe, then let him smoke, man. You know, get through that dude.
Alexis Rocha. Listen, man, I love it, man. By the way, this panel is doing a real good job today breaking this down, man. And that was another angle right there. The development of these fighters, Top Rank's plan. One thing's for sure, two things for certain. Him fighting against a Karen will definitely tighten him up on dealing with those boxers, right? So if he doesn't fight a Devin Haney, if he doesn't fight a Teofimo Lopez, I don't know if there's a better fighter to prepare him to get in the ring with those guys right now than the Karen Kukidaji, man. That is a fact.
He's right there. He's right there at number 3. He's about to be number 2. I'm sorry, number 4.
Yeah, can I add something real quick? I think the PBC has 2 expendable champions. I look at Mario Barrios as expendable. Yep. You know, I think they know the talent level that they have. These guys are not going to be able to hold on to those belts, fight the top notch. Brian Norman Jr. is a kid who can campaign and defend those belts. And that's what's lacking in today. These guys are getting these belts, but they're not defending them. They're not long-term champions. They are not reigning champions. They are just collecting belts and just either moving up or dropping them or losing them. You know what I'm saying? It's been a long time since we had a reigning champion, and Brian Norman Jr. had the ability to be a reigning champion to get those title defenses, to get those 10, 15, 20 title defenses in this division and literally reign over this division as a king. Because, like I say, Barrios, he's expendable. He's a weak, in my opinion. He's a champion, but he's a weak champion. And the Boots has 2 belts. They're going to get dispersed to God knows who. So if I'm, like I say, same point that you just made, Clay, about going over there getting the turkey business. I think Bob Arum has kind of changed his tune on Brian Norman. Like, wait a minute, we have a piece of gold right here. We had a diamond in the rough because at first he wasn't very high on Brian Norman Jr. But now he's seeing that what he has. We have a kid who's fan friendly, who is a Georgia Bulldog. You know, got that Holyfield in him. You know what I'm saying? Come to fight, shows a pretty decent chin. Don't mind getting hit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, nobody likes to get hit, but he doesn't mind it. And he's an action fighter. What better representative can you have for the welterweight division? Almost like a throwback mentality where you're not ducking any smoke. Yep. So I think right now this is the guy. If I'm Bob Arum, I'm getting into Brian Norman business, and I'm putting a lot of chips behind this kid and trying to grow this kid in his hometown. Try to see if he can sell out in Atlanta. Really get behind this kid and promote him and push him. Even if I got to call on Evander Holyfield, do something for this kid because this kid had the ability to reign as a champion for a long time.
Right. He will sell out in Atlanta the next fight. You put him in Atlanta, he's going to sell out wherever they put him at. Because they're going to pick him up. I know they will. He deserves it too.
Let's step up one more further. He doesn't even – I would love for him to do Atlanta, but he can do anywhere in the South, I think, from North Carolina to Florida to Alabama to Tennessee over to Louisiana. I think he can get any of those large locations, one of those big stadiums out there, and put on the show. And I think the people will come follow him, especially when they're on the borders of Atlanta over there in the Louisiana area, like a Superdome or something like that. That'd be a big sellout. I'm not saying he can't do it in Atlanta. I mean, that'd be great. But let's spread his horizon. I think just being in the South, he can represent the whole South, not just Atlanta. And I think that'd be bigger for him. Maybe even going to Texas, into Earl Spence territory, knocking out the Dallas Cowboy Stadium. That's another one that we can do. But Atlanta is a sure shot for him. Yes, see what he can sell out there.
One step at a time, baby. One step at a time.
I think if he definitely moves through the South, he can control the South. He can become national, bigger than he is now. Because once you get the South on your side, man, you know how it is. Everybody start rotating to the South. There ain't nothing but sweet cooking down there.
If you see the brink that the Norman Juniors were, they were at the brink of getting cut by Top Rank with the Santillán fight. Had he failed in that fight, he was getting cut. Mm-hmm. And look where they're at now. You know what I mean? It's just you couldn't be more proud of where this man was almost at and where he's at today. You know, and kudos to them, bro. I have nothing but respect for where they, like I said, they were at the brink. They were on the brink of getting cut. And they pulled it out, and look where they're at today. You know, their trajectory is sky high.
Right. Man, we gotta celebrate them, and it feels good too, man. I really am celebrating them, and I'm really happy, and I love the way they represented our side of the sport, man. I love the way they represented themselves in Japan, the way they carried themselves. I truly, you know, I mean, I know I'm older, you know what I mean? Shout out to Coach Eddie. He's probably right there with me. HLD, I think he's an old guy too. I think he just has that voice, but and you know, Ray Davis, obviously, you know what I'm saying? I like poise, stoicism, maturity. I like that.
Absolutely.
And especially how young he is, I love it even more. And it reflects on his father even better. It's just like, you know, as a father, I know seniors are so proud of his son, not because of only the accolades and how he's doing well in the boxing space, but you represent me so well. You know what I mean? You really got people looking at me the right way that I want to be looked at. I don't want to be looked at as what you be doing with that wild boy, man. No, I raised you right, man. And you make me proud. You make me proud. That being said as well, though, we'll see what he does, though. I do want to have the panel tap into a little bit of this fight card that we got coming up in when is this Shakur?
July 12th.
Is it July 12th?
Yep.
Yeah,
The women's card.
One of the two.
Yeah. I mean, hold on. We got other fights coming up before that, but I want to talk about this fight card. I think it's time we start tapping into this and start speaking on this. Frankly, I think there's some great fights on this card, man. And, you know, like I spoke a little bit earlier with Ray Davis about this David Morrell, Imam, whatever his name is, fight. I think that fight.
Katiev.
Yeah, Katiev. I think that fight's going to be crazy, bro. I just don't think people, you know, to see David Morrell on the opposite side of danger, where I was looking at, I've never watched David Morrell in a fight before where I thought he was the one in danger. You know what I'm saying? Always looked at him like he was the one putting the guys in danger. I think this Katiev guy, this Imam Katiev guy, is going to be a legitimate problem. And David Morrell winning this fight, I think puts him, if he wins this fight, puts him right back in the conversation at the top of the light heavyweight division. I'm very interested in the panel's view on that, and also interested in, you know, obviously William Zepeda and Shakur Stevenson is a great conversation. I think we know the possibilities in that fight, negative and positive, pro and cons. We could see one of the best fights of the year, but we could see Shakur Stevenson hurt his hand and get on his bike, and it could be a horrible fight right there. You know what I'm saying? But what about this Edgar Berlanga Hamza Shiraz fight? Edgar Berlanga getting this opportunity, betting on himself to leave Matchroom, talk his ish, ride on this wave. I've never seen somebody, or I haven't seen somebody doing a long enough time where I can even reference the last time I seen a fighter ride a loss the way Edgar Berlanga has ride his loss with Canelo Alvarez. Well, look, put your money where your mouth is. He bet on himself, found an opportunity with Turki Al-Sheikh to get on his Ring Magazine card, but not an easy fight. He's going to be fighting Turki Al-Sheikh's prize. You know, this is something that his valued possession, right? In Hamza Shiraz, somebody who's put a lot of money behind and he believes can do some great things. And I'm co-signing that. I think Hamza Shiraz can do some great things. How are you guys looking at this fight, man? For Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz, what are you looking at in this fight? And please tap in. Feel free to any of these fights.
Berlanga's gonna knock him the F out.
Why you always gotta go
bro.
Puerto Rican?
Nah.
Why the hell couldn't you give a little bit of, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
To the point, bro.
Very capable. But Ryan, tap in, man. How do you feel about
the
fight?
The Steve Rose fight, my brother helped Steve Rose for that fight up here in Canada. And Steve Rose has always been a small guy. He's literally a 54-pounder, where he should be fighting at. But he fought Triple G at 160, and he fought Berlanga at 68. And I think he beat Berlanga. And, you know, Berlanga,
he got robbed in that fight.
He got power, and that's good and all. He big and all. But, like, bro, you can't box. That power's, you know what I'm saying? Not everybody's Wilder. They don't have God power. He ain't got God power. You're not putting guys out with one shot, especially when the competition got better. My man's starting to bite people now, starting to wrestle with dudes. When the competition got better, he looked worse. That's why Top Rank dropped him, and he had a 16-0 record. Like, they were like, nah, he ain't it. Like, I'm sorry. We stepped him up, and he not looking good, so we dropping him. Shout out to Eddie Hearn, because Eddie Hearn came in with the carriage, made him look like a prized possession, fighting nobody. And then he got the Canelo fight. And, you know, Canelo is doing the whole victory lap right now, so shout out to Canelo. I'm not really mad at him. He just needs to get out the sport and leave the belt. I think that's what he needs to do. But as far as Berlanga, he had a chance to win because I don't believe much in Hamza Shiraz either. I'm like looking at Shiraz like, you ain't really fought nobody either, bro. I mean, your best win is Amma Williams. You know, no slight to him, but he's not a 68-pounder. Maybe you are draining yourself down. You do got Andy Lee, so that's good. I like Andy Lee as a trainer. He's done a good job lately. But I don't know, man. I just look at Berlanga like he lacks skill, man. But he got power. He big. Yeah, he 200 pounds. That's great, man. But your skill, you're not high level. So if Hamza Shiraz can get to a level that's above him, man, he just gotta stay away from the power, and he gonna win.
Yeah,
great breakdown, man.
I love it. I love it.
I agree with that also. I think Berlanga's gonna lose this fight, to be honest. I think he's gonna get outboxed. You know, he's kind of like, I'm not gonna call him a one-trick pony, but he is kind of predictable. And now he's trying to box more instead of trying to be that one-punch guy. Like when he was, you know, with Top Rank, when he was knocking guys out in the first round and doing push-ups. You know, when I think he had Rozier. That's who Andre Rozier was working with him at first. And he was stretching guys out in the first round and doing push-ups, you know, like, oh, I messed up. Let me give you 10 push-ups. There's a whole gimmick with it. Y'all remember the time. But then, like, he started stepping up and he started going more and more rounds and he started going the distance. And we even seen him get dropped a couple of times. I know Erickson Lubin dropped him. If you know a guy named Najee Lopez, y'all see Edgar Berlanga hanging out with Najee Lopez. I know for a fact that a lot of these Najee Lopez will cook Edgar Berlanga if they actually fought. Najee's another kid from Atlanta. Y'all need to look out right now for. He's on Pro Box right now. 175-pound fighter, about 6'3", 6'4". I knew this kid ever since he was a young jitterbug, 8, 9-year-old. I watched him coming up through the amateurs, man, and he used to be a big guy. He was well over 200 pounds, and he came down, got to 175. So that's another kid that's going to be coming out of Atlanta. You mark my words, he's going to have a strap around his belt. Strap around his waist pretty soon. Sooner than later, because the 175 division is getting a little bit older, but that kid can fight. But yeah, Edgar, I see him getting outboxed. I'm not going to say he's going to get stopped. I think he's going to get peppered up. I think that the Andy Lee is the right fit for Shiraz, the long-rangey type fighter, and he can use his reach and use that footwork, and he has enough power and enough length and range to keep Berlanga honest. That's all you got to do. If you can keep Berlanga at a arm's length, you got him. You got it. He's more of a mid-range type of guy. Get you in trouble, try to get you up against the rope, and try to bang you out. That's his game right there. So you keep him in the center of the ring, stay off the ropes, and you just box him. He'll box him to clear victory. That's my prediction anyway.
Yeah, Berlanga is flat-footed. He real flat-footed. He lacks patience. He tries to, rush in a lot and land his power shots. If Hamza Shiraz is the far better boxer, he has a better pedigree. And Berlanga now getting off of his knockout streak, like when he was knocking everybody out. Now, this point in his career, trying to box now, we know what happens when guys are knocking people out, Deontay Wilder, and then later in their career, they try to develop as boxers. It never fares well. So if Hamza Shiraz can stay away from his power and use his jab and keep Edgar Berlanga on the outside, man, he could win this fight easy. But if he get caught, night.
Yeah, I think what everybody forgets is that before he got into the pros, Berlanga was in the amateurs.
Thank you.
A boxer. He got caught up in the gimmick by Top Rank, building another phony type of knockout artist, Wilder type of shit. Mm-hmm. But the kid in the amateurs was a boxer. And even though he lost a lopsided fight with Canelo, and that fight, that was the best boxing I've seen him have in a loss. It was his best boxing exhibition that he has as a pro, to me, in my opinion. And if he stays on that same game plan, he's not only going to outbox Shiraz, like I said, he's going to knock him the F out.
Well, can I ask a question? And I'm glad you brought that up, HLD, because I literally, on no lies, was about to tap into that and bring that to the panel and ask, because and on both sides, right? I want to say that Shiraz, can Hamza Shiraz punch? Does he have the power? Can he be the predator in this fight possibly? Can he be looking for the knockout? Can he hurt Edgar Berlanga? And at the same time, on the opposite side of the conversation, there's an amateur career of Edgar Berlanga, even though we haven't seen it that much because Edgar Berlanga has been fighting a certain way. But I agree with HLD. In the Canelo Alvarez fight, that's one of the best boxing Edgar Berlangas I've seen since he's been a professional, even in a loss. And I think that's where Edgar Berlanga may be getting his confidence from and how he's riding the wave of fighting Canelo Alvarez. I also think that he tapped into a part of his repertoire that he forgot about. And I think he truly feels like, damn, bro, no matter what anybody wants to say, I was boxing with Canelo Alvarez like a mug, bro. He knocked me on my pockets, but I got up and I boxed him. I wasn't trying to bully him. I wasn't trying to knock him out. You damn right, because the man put me on my pockets. I felt the power. I knew I didn't want to get hit with those shots, but I was able to box with that man for 12 rounds. I didn't run from him. I didn't get on my bike. I fought him, bro, and I boxed him, and I stayed on my jab, and I'm pretty damn good. So that being said, going into this fight, we may very well see Edgar Berlanga, who steps up his boxing game, and we might see him show and prove that he's a great boxer. He's not the best, but he's good enough to box with whatever's at 168. But at the same time, I'm asking myself, is Hamza Shiraz going to show us that he's also a puncher and he's also able to tap into something else? I'm not just a boxer. Don't expect me to just manage the distance and win on points. I could sit this man on his pockets as well if he play around and don't have his defense together. So either way, I mean, for the panel, of course, to jump in on it, is there a possibility for us to see a role reversal in this fight to where Hamza Shiraz is the puncher, Edgar Berlanga is the boxer, and this goes into the Artur Beterbiev Dimitri Bivol fight, because I said to myself, we're going to have to see Dimitri Bivol be an offensive puncher in this fight, and we're going to have to see Artur Beterbiev be the best boxer we've seen him be. Whoever is best outside of their comfort zone is going to win in this fight. Does that kind of like fit this whole situation between Hamza Shiraz and Edgar Berlanga?
Nah, I don't think Hamza Shiraz is a puncher. He doesn't sit down on it. He doesn't show me he's confident in his own punches, man. But like Amma Williams should have never been in the ring with him. Like he should have got that dude out of there quicker. And he didn't show commitment until he had him hurt. So I don't think he's going to do that in this fight because Berlanga got the actual KOs, man. He got the hand. So he's going to actually be very wary of that. I'm not going to say he's going to run, but, you know, I heard there was a rumor going around Shakur Stevenson's the only one that wanted that 18-by-18 ring. Everybody else did it. So Hamza Shiraz, I think he's a part of that group where he's like, I want to stay away from the power. That's how he's going to box, use his length on the outside. And I think he can catch Berlanga coming in if he gets too wild. But, you know, Berlanga, he's pretty tight. He's a good boxer. Like, I'm not going to say he's a bad boxer. It's just I think Hamza Shiraz has got a little bit more intelligence in that ring. That's all I'm saying.
I like it. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, I don't Hamza Shiraz don't, like he said, he doesn't sit down on his punches. You know, a lot of your power comes from your legs, man. You see his legs, like, and he don't really step in and whip his punches like he's supposed to. He's more of a like kind of like what Caleb Plant did against Canelo. You know, like that pity pat like type punches and just accumulation of punches. I don't feel as though he can hurt Berlanga in this fight at all. I feel as though if someone is going to get hurt, it's going to be him. I just think he need to use his IQ and be smart in the fight, use the ring, whatever size the ring is, and just stay away from that, man. You know, don't circle to that man power hand, go the opposite direction and box. That's it. But I don't think he has the punching power to hurt a Berlanga in that fight. I don't see it.
Now, do you think Berlanga has the ability to box very well in this fight and give Hamza issues to where that power, he's able to set that power real nice? Are we sleeping on his ability to box?
No, I don't think he's going to come out and even look to box. Just to lead up to the fight, the press conference and everything, I think he's going to go in there and try to make a statement and hurt Shiraz.
Okay. I like it, man.
The
Anybody
one
want to
thing
tap
that I
in?
can say about Berlanga, I mean, I myself have never been big on Berlanga at all. At all. But coming up to this Canelo fight, I was just hoping, look, man, as Ricky, bro, don't embarrass me, bro. Don't embarrass me. You know what I mean? That's where I was at. Don't embarrass me. But you know what that young man showed me? That dog in him is real. That confidence in him, it ain't no bullshit facade. It ain't no play around. He means it from the heart. And so when he showed me, when he got his ass off in that second round, he's like, "Let's go, let's do this, let's fight." Bro, it showed me he's not make believe in that sense. So I believe in his confidence. I believe he's that old school New York. Yeah, I'm coming with it, motherfuckers. Live and die, I'm gonna come with it.
He didn't
so
go
I believe
for
in
it
his
though.
confidence.
He didn't press on the gas. Like that was the issue with me. I was like, man, you got up and all, but then you just looked like you wanted to survive.
Yeah, man, he knows who's in front of. Watch
he
what's gonna
kept it
happen
100
to
with himself.
Brad.
What the battle rapper
Canelo
said, if you can't keep it real with yourself, he's like, don't
let's
keep
be
it
real
keep
though.
it real with yourself.
Who Canelo stopped lately? He couldn't
It don't
stop
matter.
John Ryder.
He dropped everybody in his last 5 fights.
No, he dropped people. Who he stopped?
My man, he's dropping guys who are 200
Who
pounds.
he stopped, bro? Who he stopped?
Yeah, but Berlanga got
he stopped
John Ryder
he
couldn't even stop.
He stopped white chocolate.
Listen, people can say whatever they
going
want.
How many years
bro.
back? I'm talking
forget about the reference of the history, and forget about the triangle theory that we would expect a practical critical thinker to do in the middle of a firefight, right? When you're in a firefight and things happen, you go to what you know, and what he knows is, damn, that boy punched the ish out of me, and I got to out my pocket.
Nah, he be punching, man.
So on the strength of he ain't stopped nobody, he ain't finna stop me, bro. We gonna fight safe and we on, because I felt the power, and I know that I don't need to get punched on no more like this tonight. Well, you know what I mean?
He didn't do a Charlo. That's what I was happy he didn't do a Charlo and started running around the damn ring, and that's what made me proud at least. And I'm like, damn, at least you didn't.
I mean, he's 30 pounds heavier.
Hold on,
30 pounds heavier, bro.
Hey, hold on one second. Let's stop right there. That was actually worse. Charlo was coming up from 154. This man is a freaking cruiserweight. So I don't want to go for that, man. And like I said, as far as Edgar,
but I'm gonna say at the end of the day, visually, it was not pleasant to watch.
No, visually, it was bad.
Nah, you said that this guy Edgar Berlanga is literally hulking. He's hulking over Canelo Alvarez. He's taller, he's bigger, pushing almost 200 pounds, and to see him back up and backpedal and get walked down by a much smaller guy was freaking abysmal. You know, and I don't care. You can't, however you want to dress it up, you can't polish a turd. A turd is a turd, no matter how much whack you put on, no matter how much you try to polish it up. I'm not going for the goddamn victory tour. You know, you lose the 12-round decision, and you go out like you freaking became the president of the United States, riding around on the goddamn victory parade for getting cooked for 12 rounds. No, and Edgar Berlanga is not that guy, man. I'm telling you, like Andy Lee is going to channel his inner freaking Emmanuel Stewart, that crunk style gym, that Tommy Hearns type of right hand. And I would not be surprised if Edgar Berlanga gets dropped a couple times in this fight. We've seen him before. He got dropped by Edgar Berlanga's been down multiple times. If you hit him, he'll fall. You know what I'm saying? And that's a fact. I mean, Erickson Lubin dropped him with some freaking 16-ounce gloves on the headgear. So you mean to tell me that a guy that's moving up to another weight division was probably be much bigger and much stronger than what he was at 160? He probably was boiling himself down, shrinking himself down, and he catches Edgar Berlanga with a nice right hand. And I'm pretty sure Andy Lee is probably trying to get this kid to knock him out, man. Let's go ahead and do the Kronk thing. Let's go ahead and line him up. Let's put the Tommy Hearn on this kid. Let's put the Thomas Hearn on this guy, you know, and hit him with the right hand right on the chin. Get him out of there. Test him up.
It's Rachel Donaire in the building. Salute.
What's up, Rachel?
To Nonito Donaire
what up,
winning
Rachel?
himself a WBA. Is he the WBA regular title?
WBA interim
title.
Yeah.
The interim title.
Bantamweight champion.
Listen, man, a comeback. Something about that Filipino blood. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I'm be real with you. The way Nonito Donaire competed gives me hope for Manny Pacquiao against Mario Barrios.
Told you.
You know, where I was lost a little bit, and I was like, what is Manny Pacquiao doing? To see Nonito be able to do that, man? I'm like, you know what? Mario better box, bro. He gonna mess around and find out. Rachel, do you feel like coming up if I throw the link up, or are you okay? I know how it is, but you know I ain't gonna play around, let you be in here and not throw you the link. You trying to come up here? What's up, Rachel?
So
I can throw you the link.
Yeah,
Let
well,
me
you
know.
yeah, she said
Okay, there
sure.
it is. Say
Okay,
less,
listen.
Queen. Say
I just
less.
want to say this because I know you guys will build on this, and I just want to say that what Shiraz brings is boxability, and I think that's been a catalyst for Berlanga. I don't think his boxing skills is up to par. I think a lot of you guys touched on that. I think Berlanga is a guy that needs you to be a person that cannot that needs to come forward and just or be a statue for him. This is his opportunity right now for him to get in the ring with somebody that's not only coming up from another division, but is actually a bigger fighter than him, not the weight wise, but as far as height and reach. And I think Shiraz is actually going to put on a clinic. I think Shiraz has something to prove to the world. I think Shiraz on his last fight made a lot of people disappointed because he, for the smaller fighter, didn't change levels. Said for whatever reasons that's what it was. But now I firmly believe that he's going to make a strong point on to stop or put on a show and beat the break living daylights out of Berlanga. I think Berlanga is just living off his own energy and whatever the case may be. And there's also a curse. I believe there's a curse in boxing. Once you shit on the hand that feeds you, I think bad things happen to you. And we just seen that happen with a couple of fighters. And now Berlanga, who just totally just dissed Eddie Hearn and disrespected him in such a way, it's time for him to pay the piper. And I think this is one of the matchups that I think Turkey set him up with on purpose to see if he's really about that business. You want the fight? We're gonna put you in the fight. This is who I think. I'm gonna give you a light challenge, but I think this guy going rough you up. And I think at the end of the day, we're going to see Edgar Berlanga calling it quits in the corner.
Oh wow, man, crazy!
Oh,
All right, guys, hold on a second
damn.
before we go. Now that was crazy. He said that man ain't gonna come back out into the fight. But anyway, that being said, though, I want to go ahead and give the Queen Rachel Donaire her time to build. I ain't talked to my sis in a minute, man. I've been on the Instagram, you know what I'm saying, following up, but she been busy, bro. She been out of the game for a minute, off the social media space, and we see why now because she was working her magic in the background to get her. She was working to get her hubby in position, and look at what happened. How you doing, Rachel? Salute to you.
Good. Oh well, jet lag kicking my butt for sure. Jet lag is getting me, and it's funny because it's only a 4-hour time difference from Vegas, but you know the travel. I think it was about like 19-20 hours to get home. So just yesterday was our first day back, and we were kind of hurting and stay up. And it's 11 o'clock, and I'm just having my coffee. So, but everything's good. Yeah, like I disappeared. There's a lot of people like, oh, are you watching this fight or watching that fight? Or what do you think about what's going on in boxing? And I'm like, I don't even know what's been going on because I've had blinders on, since May, just, clocking the hours in.
Yeah. Listen, we see what the work was. When I saw the announcement for the fight, I remember hitting you on Instagram like, huh? And you was like, yeah. He was like, yeah. I don't sleep. I'm like, wow, man, that's amazing. So like, what I mean, look, he was this just like an itch he had to scratch, or is he campaigning again? Is he aiming for the full belt now? Is he trying to unify? Is he trying to give it another run at something great in boxing? Or like I said, did he just get the itch?
I told you this, since 2023, I knew that he was going to have to come back at least one more time. Which is what I think that, even Manny has, is like just leaving the sport on a sour note. So I always knew this was coming, but let's be honest, like Nonito put it out to Estrada in 2023. He said no. Sunny Edwards said yes on Twitter, then deleted his account, never to be heard from again. And then you had Chocolatito, who strung us along, said that we were going to fight and then try to chase Kafu. And now he's on the shelf. I'm hearing, though, that Chocolatito just ranked himself in the WBC in 118. So maybe he's trying to come back. And I don't know, maybe we revisit it. But, at the end of the day, we're just taking every day at a time. Nonito's still recovering. I got to get his eye checked. Probably, I'm guessing next week is when I'm going to actually get an appointment. Because he said that it's still bothering him. The swelling, of course, has gone down. But he's
like
sensitive to
light. Something, right? It was like a crazy headbutt or something. He got caught, right?
Yeah. I mean, he had 4 headbutts throughout the whole thing.
Right.
And the reason why they were taking so long with the scorecards was because their team was being, really rambunctious and just being a little bit disruptive to the whole event itself. As soon as it stopped, they ran over to behind the telecast. So like imagine like a whole corner going behind like Tim Bradley and them when they're commentating and yelling at the telecast saying it was a punch. So they kept watching the replay and, they were like, oh, it was a punch. I'm like, he punched him on with the right hand. So he would have hit Nonito's left side of the face. Why? How in the world would he have gotten a bruise and a scratch on, the other side of his face? Like, never heard that happen before. And then there was another guy, one of their other corners at head table, like screaming at head table. So it's like, it was just, chaotic and stuff. And that's the only reason why it took so long for them to, tally the scorecards. You have someone yelling at you and you're trying to, put all the scorecards together and all that stuff. Like, it was a bit of a mess, but, whatever happened.
You got through it. Look, you came up on the other side with a victory. Nobody said it was going to be easy. Nobody said it was going to be easy, but but you guys put it together, man. So look, Nonito's been in training camp this whole time putting this together. You guys still working with like Zarafa and those guys? Are you still working with fighters, or did Nonito really take a time off from all of that? And, with MVP as far as like, what he was doing over there. Do you guys take a time out for all of that to kind of focus on this, making this happen?
Yeah, well, I mean, first he was supposed to fight. We had an opponent in early May, and then I posted that Nonito was training. Like, I posted some training videos, and then within 24 hours, that guy said he was injured. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, right? And then, so Nonito's stuck in the gym, and yeah, he was focusing on himself. But we didn't know who the opponent was, and it's funny. The story is, it was Lilo and Stitch's the day that it came out. We took the boys to watch it, and Nonito pretty much had it, like, waiting for an opponent. He's like, I'm probably not going to fight. And I'm like, just keep training. And we went to a restaurant, a bar. Some guy sat next to Nonito, random, don't know this guy. And he's like, yeah, my friend's in boxing. He's a boxing trainer in LA. Let me FaceTime him. And dude goes, I know who you're fighting. And I looked at Nonito and I was like, I told you. I was like, stay in that damn gym. And sure enough, we looked up Campos's Instagram. He knew exactly he was fighting Nonito. They were just waiting out the contract, hoping that Nonito would, be relaxed, complacent, not train. So it's a little bit of a fun stuff, but yeah, no, Zarafa is, of course, we're still in contact with him. We know that there's some movement over there for him in Australia. We're seeing what's going on with that. Nonito's been, like I said, he's been focusing on him. I've been helping. I've been helping Trevor McCumbee with strength and conditioning. I think Nonito will help me this Friday, like kind of zone in Trevor for his fight against Diego Pacheco.
Right.
So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that are going down the pipes that we're still working on, that we can't go on vacation just yet.
Right, man. It's good to hear that everything is working out, and that, listen, man, the train don't stop. One monkey don't stop the show. And if there's not one fighter, there's another fighter, right? If one don't want to go, the other one to go, man. That's what it shows, man. But it takes a team effort. You guys one of like the best, husband-wife teams in the boxing space today. You know what I'm saying? Just as a team.
Well, I gotta show you, Clay. I didn't even send it to you. Because basically, with this short notice, I had to pull like different people, and everybody had fights. There's a fight in Saudi that the coaches are at and stuff like that. And so with such a short notice, I pulled one of my MMA guys to hold Body Shield, but I had to hold mitts for Nonito. And I was scared of fucking death. Like, I'll send it to you.
I mean, was Nonito even able to commit the way he wanted to commit? Like, I want to hurt my wife.
No, 100%. Yeah. It's mostly like, like, especially the day of the fight, like we found our rhythm, and stuff like that, and our distance together, especially with Campos being shorter. I'm pretty much that height, like almost like how Ubali, right? Like Ubali, we had the same kind of camp. It was an isolated camp because of COVID. And when they asked, they're like, well, who Nonito spar? I was like, I sparred Nonito. I was the one. And it happened the same way again, where, I had to step up, and I'm like, shit, okay, well, if he accidentally hits me, I get knocked out. At least it was for a good purpose. But that'd be on my tombstone for sure that I got hit by a hooker.
Way to be a soldier. Way to be a soldier. That's wifey right there. She said, if I
That's
get
a
knocked out,
rider right there.
that's a rider right there. Like, yo, if you knock me out, you knock me out. No, I mean, at least we're doing it for the bigger picture, man. You don't find that every day, man. So there's no coincidence in the fact of why you guys make such a dynamic duo. You know what I'm saying? In the boxing
Yeah.
space. You guys really work
I'll send it to you because like people are like, oh, you did like, mitts like how Mayweather's people does it or how Mitt Queen does it, where it's more of like a coordinated dance, right?
Mhm.
Like with Nonito, like he legit lets go on those mitts, and it's more, I call it the combination. He throws it. I better be ready to freaking catch it.
Mhm.
But it's not, a memorized dance that's like, oh, the ones that they do, the tapping ones.
Exactly.
It's not. No.
It was more like you were calling shots, or like you like calling the shots and moving around and like kind of like, all right, let me get a straight, let me get a 1-2, let me get a 1-2-3, let me get a 1-1-1-2,
Yeah.
and doing all that. Yeah, man.
Exactly. So, and then we were really like, I think the last, of course we were trying to get back in the ring, but the 2-year layoff was good because we started, people said a lot like Nonito just keeps loading up on power. So we focused a lot on boxing. We focused a lot on the jab, like setting up the jab, remembering that the jab sets the pace for the fight, and the distance for his combination. So, I think it all ended up how it was supposed to be.
Yeah, beautiful, man. So now you're working with Trevor McCumbee. I guess that's what you're with the next thing you're doing. Let me ask you a question, Rachel. What's up with the podcasting and because you obviously when I first was introduced to you, you were doing like you were all over the place in the space, and I don't know, my mind pictured you and Nonito doing this YouTube channel, this podcast, because everybody just loves to hear from you guys when you guys pop up in these different chats and everything. We just love to hear you guys break down things, and even together, you can see Nonito come up. Is that something that you guys are still kind of interested in doing and pushing forward, or you guys kind of left that alone?
No, we definitely trust me, we definitely want to do it. It's a lot of having to like schedule it, I homeschool the boys in addition to train other fighters. In addition, I have a whole different business outside of boxing that I have to tend to as well. And then we get hired, like we're getting hired to do a lot of the production for, I don't know if you saw it, like I did Shane Mosley's kind of background story. I did another fighter, so we're getting hired for those type of things as well, where it's like that, the podcast in itself, where it's just me and him, being consistent enough to have like a certain time, is difficult, but I definitely want to get back into it. I do have a scheduled one with Michaela. I think it's just me and Michaela though, talking about the whole female card. So, like things like that where we really want to give light back to the sport and show, what we know about the sport and what we think about it and all that other stuff. But no, definitely we always like appreciate, we always have fun doing the podcast, but it's just, man, if I had 3 of myself, that this wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
Peace and blessings, man. I'm just a casual fan. My name is Choice.
Don't let him fool you.
But I would like to get more familiar with your platform and your fighters. Do you have social medias that you can lay out for us so we can follow you guys?
So yeah, so it used to be called Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel, but because of the fact that we've been, interviewing other fighters and giving them a full platform by themselves, almost like HBO style, we renamed it Best TV. I'll have Clay can send you the link. But I mean, we promote all of our stuff on both, of course, my Instagram, Rachel Donaire, Nonito's Instagram, Nonito Donaire, and X and all that other stuff. But it's always fun for us to like visit the other channels, see what they're talking about, and give our 2 cents of as far as being in the game for so long, whether it's business or whether it's stylistically, the fighters that are coming up.
Thank you.
Yeah. No doubt. No, what is it called? Best TV? It's not Nonito. Rachel, what is it now?
If you click the old site, it'll take you there either way.
Best.e.s.t TV network. It used to be Beyond the Ring, but we changed it because I have an OTT platform that I work with that's called Best TV. So we're like this around everything the same way.
Rachel. Last time
Hi, Ray.
we was on the phone.
I know.
Right? That was crazy.
Yeah.
Listen, I love the tweets. You know, I still follow you and hit you up on Twitter every time something happens, or Instagram. We're always in communication.
Yeah.
Listen, congratulations. I love it. I love the fact that he's a warrior and you guys support each other so well. It's amazing. In the boxing world today, I mean, where do you see a lot of things? And I'm going to just kind of move away from that. What do you see what's going on in the world today that's exciting you guys or keeping you guys busy that pulls you back into the ring? Besides, I know it's like the will, it's just the nature of the beast, but what pushes Nonito to say, like, look, I could have beat this guy. We're talking about that guy. You know who we're talking about. You know what I mean? Yeah. I have an opportunity to get a belt here. Matter of fact, I can get in the way, as Clay would say, and I want my get back. Like, what pushes him for that? Because I know that's what it is. That guy, listen, we all know what should have happened and what could have happened, but you know, I want to see it happen. If anybody deserves to take that O away from that guy, it's you guys. Trust me. And I firm heartedly believe that, and I stand on it. And I salute you guys all the time. You know that, and I can't wait. But what pushed you guys to get back to the stage and the golden graces of boxing in that square circle?
I mean, it's one of those things that you'll find out like very quickly who really belongs and their whole heart, mind, and soul lives for fighting. I say that because I, continuously feel disrespected every single time a fighter comes in and doesn't make weight. Nonito's 42 goddamn years old, and he made that weight. No excuses, no problem. That's the first disrespect we have in boxing. And then, the ones that just don't really care to test themselves. I think it's more so of that, first of all, the fact that we have fighting in our bones, not just our blood, our bones. Like, you just feel it. You have that itch to punch something legally. But in addition to, I don't think the sport's being represented the way that it was supposed to. I think that there's too many movements where it's questionable movements, that the legacy is gone for a lot of these fighters.
Yes.
And just showing like what it's supposed to be. It was always supposed to be, a gentleman's sport. It was supposed to be that when you said something, you did it. And now it's like, it's just all this social media BS garbage, that, clout chasing or saying things that are, I don't think that should be said, just to get a trending or what, like it's, I think it's degrading the sport in general of what we were always. And I think that's part of the reason why, like Nonito, Manny, the way that they come back is a whole different game. Nonito doesn't talk crap. Manny doesn't talk crap. It's what it was. And it wasn't that long ago that we had this. It's just recently that we have a bunch of scummy people that have no real backbone and morals. So the only way that they could sell their fights is talking mess instead of actually showing it in the ring.
I agree. Listen, I love it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Shout out
even
to the
even with the build-up when seeing Brian Norman Jr. just recently, I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to see that fight this morning, but seeing the way the build-up was to that fight, there was so much respect inside of the stadium, win or loss. You know what I mean? It really just kind of was like retro boxing, where boxing used to be a little bit more respectable. It wasn't always super respectable like that, but just more respect. I remember somebody quoting and saying, I remember when fighters would wear suits at press conferences, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And things of that nature, and have a certain amount of professionalism about them. And it was somewhat of an integrity in the sport, to where the fighters always carried themselves as ambassadors, knowing that the sport was already looked at as a violent, savage sport, realizing how important it was to show the civility. You know what I'm saying? I can remember Marvin Hagler doing the Old Spice commercials, and that's not civilized. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to show like this different this different
Right
wrinkles
guard.
to the fight. Was it
Right,
right guard?
yeah,
Sorry,
right
it was right guard. Yeah, but yeah, man, you know what I mean? There was always that element, and now you just see fighters who just have no kind of like etiquette, no type of chill in what they'll say on camera, what they'll say to each other, and where they'll go with it, and the antics that they're willing to participate in the spirits of hopefully selling more fights, right? Selling more pay-per-views or more seats at a fight.
Yeah.
It's like selling, as they say, selling whoop tickets, right? And it's like it's a continuous thing. We're starting to see this more and more. There was nothing wrong with promoting the fight. You know, usually you called out a fighter, you know, whatever happened behind the scenes happened behind the scenes. It wasn't broadcasted all over. I mean, we have social media today that actually does that, because everyone has to be the biggest dog in the room, which kind of sucks. But at the same time, you know, it's today's world. But we're not reluctant, like Clay said, to have somebody. Now I'm reluctant, excuse me, because I tongue tied here, to have somebody like a Brian Norman or a Boots Ennis who just don't go out there and they don't do all the things that other boxers are doing. They're not broadcasting how great they are. They're not broadcasting who's this and who's that, calling each other like sour names and disrespecting the game, or the sport, I should say, in such a way where I believe that, you know, with pioneers of the sport like that, Abdullah Mason, love the guy because you know what? He puts it all in business. He puts it in the ring. He's to me, he's a showcase of what boxing is coming towards the future. As we start seeing that, we see it with Raymond Ford a little bit. You know, we don't have a lot of these older, well, not even say older, but these guys that are in the prime of the boxing careers now, and these superstars in the ring. These guys all have to have something to say. They have to comment on the fight afterward, and on that. The person that just won or lost and say what a performance they had, instead of just calling them out and just saying, hey, I'm next, whatever. You know, it's so different today than what it was yesterday. The advertisements, they're not there because why? They're being very hellacious. Nobody wants to support that, and it's terrible. And I think that 100%. And I'm glad you put that out there, Rachel, because that's beautiful that you guys do want to bring that back to the sport. And I'm glad you're pioneering that and you're trying to lead that the way, pave it for the young enthusiasts of boxing.
Yeah, I mean, like we look at it too, like, you know, we have two boys. Like, do I want them to emulate the people that are out there right now in boxing? Hell no. You know, and the best way to show our boys like how you're supposed to be, what a man really looks like is not the one that talks so damn much. It's the one that does what he says he's gonna do, and that's it. You know, so it's that's part of that's another part of the reason why Nonito always carries himself the way that he does, because he has two boys that are looking up to him, and they'll be men someday, and their roots and their moral compass is going to come from looking at their father.
Love it. Go ahead, tap in.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, Addo's been kind of like trying to get something out.
Yeah, I just wanted to give her props because, you know, I'm coming from Oakland, California, and I grew up at the same time that Andre Ward time was going on, his legacy, you know, undefeated great fighter. And I never really seen him get out there like that and be really disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to, you know, to all my Filipinos out there in Oakland, California. You know, I got 4 or 5 siblings that's half Filipino and half American. And their mom, you know, Christina, 5'2", she's a firecracker. She'd get down and talk worse than Keyshawn behind the doors. But but outside, she's straight, respectful, you know what I'm saying? And you really see that home training from other guys like Newman. You know, when you have a father, especially a father that's really a part of the business on both sides, like I've been in the ring and outside the ring, that's where it helps correlate how to bring it down the temper a little bit and how to be more business-like in front of the camera. And I think that's what really happens for those who have, like you said, this fighting in the blood and in the bones. So the business part of the game is coming definitely from the father. So I hope your husband can pass down what his experience is to your sons, and make sure that they come, you know, out of this game unscathed, so they can go to the next level and do other things and not have beefs after their legacy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I mean, you were talking about Dre. I don't know if you know this story about Dre, but Nonito, like 100%, credits Dre for Nonito even being a world champion. He said that, there's times where Nonito didn't have the money to go to the gym, and
Right.
Dre would either pick him up or he'd slip a 20 in Nonito's backpack so he could take the bus back home. If Dre didn't do that,
Right.
we might not have had a Nonito. But Dre believed in Nonito enough to, help him through his hard times when he couldn't afford to get to the gym.
Yeah, I see that in Dre, man. That's why I brought him up. So I'm glad it's full circle.
So with Nonito being pretty much like a legend in the sport, he could probably retire today and he'll be a Hall of Fame boxer. How much longer do you think he'll be in the sport of boxing?
I don't know the answer to that question. What I loved about like this fight is that, we looked at each other before the fight happened, and I knew he was gonna win, right? And I told him, I want you to do something for me. I want you to just have fun. I want you to just enjoy the moment. And when people pressure you to say like what's next, why do we have to look at that? That creates anxiety, that creates an ungratuitous moment in history instead of sitting in the fact that you won. So as far as that's concerned, again, like he's recovering, there's no pressure. If he walked away from the sport 2 years ago, 5 years ago, we'd been fine, because of the fact that we've set up so many different businesses in addition to my job skill outside of boxing completely is something completely different that has nothing to do with it. So it's, like I said, it's one of those things where, okay, I'm going to watch who he's fighting. I'm going to see like what the best move is, if he even wants to be there, if he wants to train. For the best of him, the last 2 years, has he been in the gym pretty much 5 days a week, 100%? Does he still ice bath? Is he still, keeping up with his medicals, his chiropractic, his ART, his infrared sauna usage, all of that, 100%. And I think that because he keeps himself so healthy, and pretty much fight ready, like he can be in the game. Are there people like, do I want him to go up to 130 or 126? Again, no. But I think we just take every day at a time and just enjoy what we're doing and how we're doing it.
I'm glad to hear after all of these years that he still has love for the sport. That's good to hear.
No doubt. Salute Thomas Hill in the building. What's good with you, Thomas?
Hey, shout out to my main man Clay Rains, my main man Sugar Ray Davis, aka CK Ray, Adult Choice, Anton Ziegler, my main man Coach Eddie HLD, and the good sis Rach. I came up here specifically for two reasons, but one, because you made mention of it. I know that you have a close relationship with Pac-Man, and I was wondering if you had any kind of communication with him on his return back, and how is he in his conditioning and also in his state of mind. What can we see in that ring from him?
So, ever since Nonito won, we haven't heard from him yet. But the day of his fight, he had sent like video messages to Nonito that I played for Nonito, wishing him good luck and let's show him what we can do, and raise the flag of the Philippines again. But we understand also that he's focused. We're trying to figure out a weekend that we could possibly go out there. Because unfortunately, Trevor's fighting the same day that Manny is, which is weird, right? Because Manny's fighting in Vegas. You would think we would be here, but Trevor's requesting us to be there for his fight week in Frisco, Texas. So, like I said, I think we're just trying to give him his space, because of course during camp there's a lot of people around him that are taking his focus and energy. We want him to be focused, and that when the time comes for them to talk, I'm sure they will.
Sounds great. Sounds great. It's good to see. It's good to see the Filipino flash in there. I know my man Anton said he most likely will be a Hall of Famer. No, he definitely is Hall of Fame. And on
Yeah.
top of it, one of the greatest pound for pound champions of all time. And
No, I didn't say possibly. I said he could retire today or tomorrow and be a Hall of Famer.
Right.
I think you said might or maybe, but I think it's definite no matter what.
That man's a legend.
That's it.
Yeah, and
I
what's
love
funny
it.
is that we were supposed to go to the Boxing Hall of Fame this year, of course, to celebrate Manny and to support the event. And I had to like bite my teeth and like call the director. I'm like, I know you've been saying Nonito's going to be there, but I'm sorry, we can't make it. So
We're not quite done yet, right, Rachel? We're not quite
no,
done. So give us
not yet.
And given that, is there an ideal match that you're still looking forward to?
Honestly, on my bucket list, like there's a couple. There's of course, there's the legendary fights that I think should happen that didn't happen, which is Chocolatito and Estrada. They're both in 18 now. Like there's no reason not to. And they're all in the same stage of the career, and I think all of them are going to go into the. If I were to able to petition, if he fought Chocolatito, I think that the moment they both step out of that ring, they should be inducted immediately. I don't think there should be a voting panel on it. I don't think that there is any question of what they've both done. So those two for sure. Does Takuma Inoue look pretty fun to me? 100%. Takuma lost to Abali, and we beat Abali. And that's Inoue's younger brother. And I think that would be, a story because of the fact of the landscape of it all. I just don't know. I know I reached out a couple times and Takuma wasn't interested. Maybe this time he'll be interested, right? I'm not sure. Like it's always about this weird risk and reward against Nonito where everyone counts him out. And yet nobody wants to fight him, which doesn't make any sense to me. So I would think, you'd want to jump on that and be like, oh, let me get Nonito so then it's a name on my record, but I don't want to sign the contract. It's like,
right.
We're in a weird space.
Smith and downplay, but at the same time, in the same breath, say he's not nothing to worry about. Well, what the hell don't you fight him for then if he's nothing to worry about?
Exactly. That's one of the frustrations of boxing for sure. And there's nothing we could do about it.
Nope. Maybe you got to tap in and get with the Joneses or talking about their mothers and their children and their race and I mean, trigger them and piss them off and wanting to fight you. I don't know.
I wouldn't even know how to do that. Like I would stumble. Like someone would have to AI like how to diss someone at boxers and.
Yeah. You gotta go to Chat GPT.
Yeah, exactly. You're like,
as lame as this gonna sound, just say they ain't like us. That's it, and just roll with it. You know what I mean?
Let me clarify one thing, man. I wasn't going at you, Anton. I thought that the way you said it was like if you possibly tired today, you possibly going into the Hall of Fame.
No, Thomas, we good, bro. We get along in the chat. We good, brother.
For sure. No, I know he's Hall of Fame. Everybody in this Mickey Freaky know he Hall of Fame. Even quote unquote the boxing casual up there to the right. But I want to say one thing. I want to say one thing though. If you do get that fight with Chocolatito, as you stated, it should aptly be coronation. Y'all might have to call that the coronation bout because that will be Hall of Fame level caliber and on top of that career. That would be awesome. I would love to see that fight.
No, 100%. Yeah, like it would be super fun. I was highly disrespected by Chocolatito's manager who was managing his Twitter when Nonito was like, okay, you fought in a bantamweight. Now it's time. You guys told me to wait. Let's go. And then his manager twittered on behalf of Team Chocolatito, which I know that means that it wasn't freaking Roman. He was like, we have no interest in fighting Nonito. Happy retirement. And I was like, I could say so many things right now, but I'm gonna let karma handle it. And it did, because Kafu did the same thing that he did to us. So I kind of laughed about it. But I honestly, like I said, I still think it'd be a great fight.
I think so too. I think we got to push for that fight. That's a fight that I've been clamoring for, and I absolutely would love to see. I mean, I know that Nonito, he still looks really, really good at his advanced state of his career. Chocolatito looked like some wear on there, but just the nostalgia between the two of them. And on fact, I still hold Chocolatito a little bit more higher regard than I do Estrada, even though the fights played out the way that they played out. I think that would be a great fight for boxing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just going to highly to be dependent on like, well, let's see who has the balls to put it to paper at this point, because it's all a bit about talk and stuff like that, and you really just need it completely like locked in and locked down. Where it's like, are we going to fight? Yes, okay, well let's sit down over 2 days, hammer out this contract, and sign it. Like this whole, well, let's take 4 months to freaking try to negotiate a contract. It's a waste of time for both fighters, and it doesn't do boxing justice because now you're being stagnant again.
Nah, you're absolutely right. And on top of that, like you said, since he was disrespectful, we got to get it back in the ring. Last thing I will ask you about, I always ask you about your children, man. How are they doing? And is there any more beats that's been made by the young?
Oh yeah, we got a little producer in the building. How's he doing?
Yeah. They're great. Of course, like it was stressful in May. That was when their school let out. He had to submit like a bunch of research papers, of course, at the end of the term. But at the end of the day, like both had straight A's, and even while we were gone in Argentina, because again, with it being last minute, with me not knowing the political landscape of Argentina, we didn't feel like it would be safe or smart for us to bring them out there if I couldn't have eyes on them at all times. But even when they were here, there was my mom and my sister. They would call me and tell me like, oh, they did math this morning and English, and they read their, fiction books and, wrote papers and stuff like that. Like they know what's expected of them in this house. When it comes to like the music, Jay's completely, now he wants to, bring his mobile DJ deck around with him because he wants to show off his talents. And his number one thing is to be able to DJ a boxing match one day. He wants to be that guy that hypes the crowd. So we've, worked on him with, short mixes, long mixes in between bouts, ring walks and things like that, and sound effects. And he's definitely growing. He wears Nonito's shoes already, which Nonito's not happy about because he tries to go into like the designer shoes, right? He's like, Dad, can I wear this? And he goes, no, those are Louis. No, you can wear the sneakers again. But he grew, he's taller than me, which, I understand that's not a big accomplishment because I'm tiny, but but he's, they're both great boys, and they're very proud of their dad this weekend.
Man, salute. That's got to be a good
one
look
more
for
question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one more question, then I'm out.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I heard it in your voice. So did you watch the fight, the Brian Newman fight?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you give it? I know your husband had a really good knockout with Mr. Young. So how would you rate that knockout compared to your husband being a 10? Where would you rate that knockout?
I mean, they were both great knockouts, but one was more of a counter. The other one, it was a counter as well, but he was on his front foot, right? So he was able to generate more power coming, what we call a leaper, going forward as in compared to a counter left. But I don't think people were expecting that, which makes it even more great because of the fact that it looked like, whether or not it was, that Top Rank was feeding Brian Norman over to the Japanese, because why wouldn't you keep him here? And they, Top Rank even posted on their Instagram that, that he had said, oh, Japan's going to get a new champion in 6 days, like kind of promoting the Japanese fighter more. So, I think that he's a high contention for knockout of the year. The way that he did and the way that he composed himself in a foreign country is always great, because I think sometimes we overlook the fact of the travel. We overlook that this is not our backyard, that it's actually harder because, of course, they speak a different language, and the crowd's not for you. So I think that just all of that put together made it more exciting, and I think definitely that he should get knockout of the year this year.
Yeah, your
I
husband
think
got
it's
over
a
1
shoo-in,
million
man.
views on that.
Unless somebody literally gets put into a coma for days, I don't see nobody beating that knockout. That knockout was dangerous. Like I said, that man was at the crossover when he got knocked out. I heard boom, 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 boom. I was like, damn, somebody get him. Like I said earlier, when I saw that guy counting, the referee started counting over him. I'm like,
you saw Crazy Bone in the ring.
Yeah.
Thought that was Uncle Charles on there, huh?
I don't know how he started. When he started counting, I was like, dude's not moving. What are you counting?
Bro, his D's were getting weighed out, right? His D's were getting weighed out, bro. They was already
he landed on the stretcher. The stretcher was already in there. He landed on the stretcher.
He wasn't even moving. Like, what was the point of the count? Like,
you know the cartoons where around their head the flies are circling away. That motherfucker was like that.
Landing on the building like we got fresh meat, bro. He out of here.
Yo, he hit the mat and didn't even bounce.
But the thing about that's such a dangerous knockout. You remember Michael Watson? You remember he got hurt really bad. I think it was by who was it, by Ben, or I think it was Nigel Ben. And he screwed Michael Watson up with one punch, man.
Yeah.
And we hadn't heard the thing about it. I have not heard anything about Jin Saki, his condition, which is concerning to me.
Amen.
I don't even know if this kid may still be asleep right now.
well, and Japan just had a bad knockout about 2 months ago. Japan had a really bad knockout. It was, I think, one of the lower weights, but basically that guy ended up being in a coma. I don't know if he pulled out of the coma yet. A Filipino fighter was the one that put him down. Yeah. So, things happen in boxing, and that's why it's like you don't play boxing. And whenever people are like ever disrespectful to a fighter, even the ones that lose, right? Even the ones that they're just not really good at boxing and their record sucks. Like the whole point of the matter is just one punch can literally end everything, and not just your career, completely your life. So I never call a fighter a bum, because it takes a lot of guts to be in that damn ring. And the chances that you don't walk out of there are pretty damn high. So,
Rachel, the stories you could tell about Japan.
I know. You know what? We might go back. Nonito and I are talking about it, trying to figure out our schedule. Nonito just showed me a text just now that's changing our schedule again. But the regular title between Antonio Vargas and Daigo is July 30, I believe, in Japan. So we're trying to figure it out, like if we go right from Trevor McCumbie's fight straight to Japan, or go to the Philippines for a week, then go to Japan, because that's only a 5-hour flight between the two. But yeah, so we'll see. Like like I said, like I'm just taking every day at a time, every phone call at a time. I've gotten phone calls from pretty much all the promoters about like using him to defend his belt. But we're just chilling right now. We just got home. We're spending time with our kids. My birthday's this weekend. We're, one day at a time.
Yeah, happy birthday, by the way. Before the weekend comes, man. Really happy for you guys, man. Really, really happy and proud of what you guys were able to put together. I know you were working on this for a while, and I ain't gonna lie, for a minute there, I thought it kind of faded away. You know what I mean? I thought that you guys kind of
and then it came back.
Yeah. So it was happy when I saw you post that on your social media. I'm like, is she playing with me right now? What's going on? Was she just posting it? Because I felt like the marketing. I'm like, what? This wasn't getting advertised. I'm like, what's going on? And you were like, yeah, we don't sleep over here. Like, it's going down. I'm like, that's what's up. Oh, that's crazy. And then for him to get the victory, man, sweet at the end, to be able to put all that work in and get on this path and this journey, and for it to end the way that it did. Beautiful, man. Inspiring.
No, everyone, what you'll notice is if I disappear, there's a reason I'm disappearing. And it's mostly because people go, oh, so what's happening? And I'm like, just leave me alone. Like everyone, when they notice Nonito got ranked, they're like, what are you up to? I'm like, how about you just mind your business and let me do what I do, because I'm not going to tell like how the story is being written on my back end, and especially until the fights get signed. And that was part of my problem, was that we didn't have an opponent, so I couldn't say anything. you know. But yeah, if you don't see me moving around, it's because I'm moving around over here.
No doubt. Guys, we're hitting the 4-hour mark for me. I also did the live this morning. I'm exhausted. I want to get something to eat. I'm fasted. I haven't eaten since yesterday around this time. So we about to get our OMAD on and get crazy out here. I appreciate all of you guys, man. Thanks, Rachel, for showing up on the channel, man. I hope you come back around now. I hope now that you got that out the way that we see you a little bit more often. Sweet.
For sure.
Congratulations. Send Nonito my, you know what I'm saying, my love to if he's over there. Tell him what up, though. I still want that interview with Nonito, Rachel. So
yes, okay, for sure. I'll get it done. But thank you guys, and you know, of course, if you guys haven't yet, please like, subscribe, and share the channel. And then I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for talking.
Before you leave, drop the channel in the link so that they can
What's your platform?
Okay, I'll drop it as soon as I drop down here. I'll drop it.
And give Nonito my best. Tell him congratulations, man. It's good to see the champion there victorious.
I will. You guys will see him soon. Promise. Talk to you guys later.
Sweet. Peace. Yeah, guys, man. Listen, man. Today was a great day of boxing. What a Thursday. What a damn Thursday.
You know what I mean? In the chat, Clay? The private chat.
Oh, hold on.
Hey, so what y'all think about that Brian Norman San Diego knockout or that Japanese knockout? Which one was worse?
Oh, this one by far.
Norman knockout was.
Norman's knockout was scary.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It was genuinely. It was genuinely.
Did you see the one that he did in San Diego?
A scary experience. Like to watch it, it was like exciting, but at the same time, you kind of wanted to see Jin Sasaki get up. You know what I'm saying? Like you wanted to see him kind of get up and knowing that he didn't get up, bro. Knowing that the way it ended that he left in it's like, dang, bro.
Hey, Clay said it best. That man was Uncle Charles on that map, dog. And I mean, he jumped. Rachel said it. He jumped into the punch and he timed him on the jump. Caught that Mickey Freaky with his impetus going forward, and then he went flat on his back. And when he hit the mat, that mat gave no give. He stuck to that bad boy.
Well, it looked like the mat caught him, bro.
Yeah,
literally caught him like in a net, bro.
Like Uncle Charles on the video.
It was to see that referee start that count. It was just like, in what world? What is he talking about right now, bro? Are you on autopilot? This man needs oxygen. He needs he needs his family to be made aware that he's in bad shape. Like he needs everything but a 10 count. He needs
Clay. Hey, first and foremost, man, shout out for the call this morning too. But dog, did you see my man kneel to his opponent though? That was so diabolical.
Was that some like Japanese like? Where did you learn that at, Brian?
He went full on systematic with him, dog. I said, "Oh, my man is."
Brian Norman had a Ricky Bobby moment. He didn't know what to do. He's like, "I'm just going to kneel, bro, and pray for him because I know what I just did to him, bro." That's
the last samurai.
Yeah, he gave that boy the honor.
Did the Tasha Hood on him, man? Did the Tasha Hood on him, Clay?
I would love to know because I know that Brian Norman Jr. as soon as he connected with that shot, he knew. That's bad. You know what I'm trying to say? Like he hit him with a shot. He was happy he got the spot, but he was like, "Yeah, that dude is not going to be doing well, bro." Like that shot.
Before he landed, he was bowing to everybody. Before he landed, he was like, bowing to everybody. Like
apologies and thank you. Apologies and thank you, bro. Because trust me, you guys don't know. I know what I just hit him with. That's great.
Yeah, like Coach Eddie said, he'd never be the same, and neither will that crowd.
Shout out first of all, and I think Thomas Hill said something too as well, and we are definitely about to be on the way out of here. But the card was a good card, man. There was some good boxing on the of this card. But what's up with that welterweight fight, the co-main event?
My God!
What was happening there? Can somebody give us some perspective to that fight? Because that, as entertaining as it was reckless. Did somebody tell me what was going on there?
That was like when that Keyshawn was fighting Menudo or whatever that guy.
Yo,
Maduro.
that was worse. It was worse, man. It was just like
That was some of the worst stuff I have ever seen. Like, bro, they were not doing anything but exchanging, and one had more to exchange than the other, and it just took a toll. Like, I couldn't believe they was letting him sit there taking that, and the dude would have went back and continued to fight.
yo, it was just like when they stopped it, I was like, yeah, man.
His face transformed, bro. His whole face transformed.
To put it in perspective, that was more like
I'm good.
That was more like the fight that Floyd Schofield Jr. had with that dude that was just being crazy volatile.
I mean, I understand where you're going with that, but for me, it was just like they were legitimately standing in front of each other, punching each other in the face, bro. Like they were just punching each other in no defense. I mean, there was some high guards in there, but I saw that Tanaka guy hit Kubota with like 7 straight left, right hook, just hooked off on this dude and hit him with every hook he threw at him, bro. And I was like, damn, bro, move your head, do something. Yeah, they had to stop it. There was a death.
Clay.
That's
Clay.
what they want, bro. That's a no running policy, bro. That's what they want.
Hey, but Clay, what you said is absolutely spot on. That boy was about 85% on his power punches, and that freaking uppercut landed whenever it wanted to.
He was just going up the middle, going to the body, hooking off on the head, going up the middle. There was a point in time when he was throwing 3, 4 uppercuts in a straight row, just bang, 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 and yo, I mean, as entertaining as it kind of was, it was definitely like, yeah, bro. I don't even know. I don't know if I've seen that before. I think that was the first time I've seen something.
Never.
It was great. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Thank you guys for coming up on the panel. This was a great panel today. I love the breakdowns, the perspective, the context. I had to revisit some of the things I was looking at. The Hamza Shiraz and Edgar Berlanga breakdown. I love it. And Brian Norman, man, hurry up and get home. Be safe, brother. I know you're not watching the show, but if you are watching the show, congratulations. Can't wait for him to get back and do a Mill City interview or a Boxing Voice interview, or feel free to hit your boy up. I'd love to interview you, but definitely want to see and hear about the whole experience in Japan. You know what I'm saying? I think it was a new experience for Brian Norman, and I hope it inspired him as well, him and his father, as far as the possibilities of world championship boxing.
Just to let you guys know, I got the link. I put it up in the chat. Rachel was trying to post it from the page itself, but I did get the link and put it up there. Clay, if you want to pin it, or if you guys just want to click on the link, it is right there. It's the best boxing network, TV network. Excuse me. Please feel free to click that link. Support our good friend Rachel Donaire and Nonito Donaire on their channel and their platform. And thank you everyone else that's on the panel. Salute for real.
Salute.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
all you guys, man.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hey, shout out to you guys, man. Fantastic panel. And hey, shout out to Ryan, too, because Ryan came in here and gave some gold.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy,
Shout out
man.
to Ryan. Yes. Let me get his link, too, Clay.
No doubt.
Hey, real quick,
man.
Real quick.
HL becoming that regular guy up in here, man. Go ahead. You was about to say something. Go ahead, HL.
Yeah, real quick, man. Boots. I'm going to say 3 names, bro. Tio, Ortiz, and now Brian Norman in less than 6 months, bro. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just leaving it at that.
Okay.
You really want to see T.O. in the ring with Boots? I want to see it if you do, bro. If you like it, I love it.
I want to see him.
Let it happen, baby.
Yeah, I'm with you, Tom. I ain't gonna lie, man. I mean, Boots would have took that fight, but I'm gonna tell you right now, if it ain't Boots, Brian Norman Jr. is a great.
I'm not gonna lie. I like it. Now it's all up to
Tio don't want this. Tio don't want this smoke.
Deal on the
That's
contract.
another knockout of the year right there.
Hey.
As bad as Tio lumps up, you talking about Kermit the Frog and Elephant Man combination and sleep. No, sir. He don't want that at all. I'll bet anybody. I bet the house on that.
I like to
ends
see
a devastating knockout right there.
I like to see
it only ends one way.
And what did you say? Then I'm just gonna come back with a smile.
Hey, make boxing great again, T.O. Shoot, call out the champ. Call out the champ.
Listen, I'll tell you right now. You call out Brian Norman.
But bro, you put in some work today, man. You put in some
You put in mad.
serious work. Everybody, please hit the subscribe. Please hit the like button. The man is putting in some serious time to give you a platform to talk this boxing shit that we all love. Hey, man, much
On
respect.
the fast. The brother did it on the fast.
Hey, I want to say one thing real quick. That knockout today was worse than Canelo when he knocked out Amir Khan. It was worse than Manny Pacquiao when he got knocked out. That is up there. I'm not even sure the kid is. The kid's probably still in the hospital. I know he's still in the hospital right now. I know he is, without a doubt.
Was definitely Ivan Drago-ish to Apollo Creed.
If he dies, he dies. Hey, all I gotta say is at the crossroads. That perfectly summed that ish up, man. You on fire today, bro.
Boom.
That's the song that he heard.
Salute, y'all. Stay up, brothers.
Yes.
Salute, man. Hey, Clay.
What?
Look.
As soon as he get hit, slow motion him and have him like, as soon as he get punched and he going back, as he slow motion him going back and go boom, 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 boom.
Look. That's what he doing the Uncle Charles, y'all, right?
Hey, man, I miss my Uncle Charles, y'all.
Right. When I seen that, the first thing I heard was a Taco Bell sign and then the Undertaker music coming on.
The room dimmed, right? It seemed like the lights went dim, like a spirit left the building. There was a spirit that left the building, clearly. Anyway. Definitely.
It did look like that. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I said, yo, he out. Like, he didn't even drop, like collapse drop. Yo, he just flat. He flat
to the mat. Hey, and forever I'm gonna dub that the crossroads knockout, bro, because that was so damn aptly put, dog. You was on fire today, bro. Hey, great job. Salute to my bros. Hey, y'all did your thing, man. Get you some assassination.
Thank you, man. I appreciate all you guys, man. And another one in the books, Ray. We did it again, baby. We did it again.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And I just want to say, man, thank you to everybody, and the hell with y'all keep trying to come at me and tell me how I'm this one-sided Devin Haney fan. I know it looked that way. Me and Clay talked about it, but y'all really don't know.
I told them, guys. I told them. I said, man, I know
what it looked like. I know
what it looked like. I can't say.
Me and Clay talked about it, and Clay like, I get it. It's not what it is. And Tommy know too, because me and him had these conversations. But at the end of the day, listen, man, I'm gonna rock with my homies, especially when the disrespect is live. That's all. It's just about supporting the disrespect. I try not to disrespect other fighters, except for Teo. I'm just playing. I'm just taking shots real quick. But anyway, I just want to say, man, at the end of the day, the game is what it is, man. And I think, like I said, boxing talk up to Clay. I mean, he's bringing it out there. He's bringing it up to a new nuance of the conversations. I think Ryan Frazier, Just Do. Shout out to y'all. There's a couple more out there, and I don't want to be disrespectful and say I forgot them. I didn't. I just can't think. I've told you, my amnesia is starting to kick in, so not on purpose. I think I'm getting too old, Clay. I got to stop eating peas and soup. You know what I mean? Got to change the diet. Get some onions, so I can remember. Carrots, whatever it is. Anyway, my whole point, let me stop joking. My whole point is you guys bring something to the table that a lot of people don't. You know what I mean? It's boxing talk first, and then all the analytical conversations next. You know what I mean? And having that type of atmosphere without people screaming over top of each other, trying to kill each other and control the panel and who's the loudest one in the room, so I can tell you I beat you. And I'm not taking shots at anybody, so please don't get this twisted. What I'm saying is boxing talk is definitely what it is. It's helping the sport. I thought we were going to take a step back based on what took place with Keyshawn. Thanks to Brian Norman. I think it's been saved. I think the fight afterwards has been saved for Keyshawn's situation with Richard Hitchens. And shout out to all of them, man. I mean, it is what it is, man. I think boxing is definitely on the climb. We're going to see what happens with this all-women's card. We want to see what happens with Jake Paul fights Chavez Jr. Right? A good fight. Jake Paul's a household name. Regardless if we like him or not, respect him in the game, he's the reason why the casual fans are starting to come back to the sport. And
look, regardless, I think it's just going to be a good fight. I don't care how you guys want to look at it. I think it's going to be entertaining. I think Jake Paul versus Cesar Chavez Jr. is going to be an entertaining fight. I'm going on record to say that. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it's going to be a good fight. I think you're going to enjoy the outcome. So it is what it is.
All I'm saying is that
boxing in that undercard as well. We got Floyd Schofield Jr. on that fight, on that card. We got some fights on that card as well. So it is what it is.
Yeah, but I was saying that I think boxing is on the rise again. I think thanks to these guys trying to pioneer the sport and bring it back, especially Rachel Donaire and Nonito Donaire, showing them that the fountain of youth is always alive and there's always a dog in the fight. So shout out to Rachel and Nonito. Congratulations. And we appreciate that, man. That's what the sport's all about. You know what I mean? The unsung heroes and the heroes of the sport, of yesteryears and still being the heroes of today. So shout out to boxing and all the champions and contenders out there. Prospects on the rise. For real. Salute.
Yeah, salute to everybody in the building, and shout out to Just Do Boxing. Just thanks for stopping by. I was trying to get a moment to acknowledge you, man. Definitely a channel that I'm sure most of y'all subscribe to them by now, but if you're not, I'll tell you, take an opportunity to do that, man. But definitely another channel. Let's build on this boxing, man, and we share that. I think me and Just probably the only people who really talk like that about it. But man, I definitely share that notion that I want to build on this sport, and that's what we've been trying to do. And I think we're doing a pretty good job at it. And people like Just Do Boxing is definitely another, that's one of those platforms. And look, I'm not reluctant to say that because I really don't enjoy most of these boxing channels. That's just a fact. I don't care. That's just where I'm at with it. I don't think there's enough boxing getting talked about on these channels, and there's more hating going than anything else. But Just Do is one of those channels that really talk about it. And sometimes I just hang out in the background. I don't necessarily get into the comment section too much because anyway, but I'd rather hit a link and go build with my guy than sit there and participate in some of the nonsense I see going on. But that's one of those channels that really keep it 100 on the boxing space, one of a few. And once again, I don't say that reluctantly. It is what it is, man. So shout out to everybody who's making boxing great again, who's keeping world championship boxing in the crosshairs, where real boxing fans and people enthusiasts can go and build and get some perspective on the entire boxing space in total, man. Salute to all you guys, man. Until the next one, guys. It's Thursday. We won't see each other until Tuesday, maybe Saturday if there's a fight getting called, but I won't promise that, but definitely by Tuesday. Until then, man, salute to boxing, salute to the boxing fans, salute to World Championship Boxing, man. At this point, it's that ATP Combat Media Show.
My bad.
Nah, I mean, I kind of messed it up too. I freestyled.
My bad.
He really was on point. I was one slipping. Salute to everybody, man. At this point, out.